A very, a very warm welcome to everybody for joining us on the second day of the India Airport Show. Requesting all the delegates who are outside in the exhibition to also please join us for the keynote session of day 2 at India Airport, please. We have a day filled with experts coming in throughout the day, talking on skilling, drones for airports, and the other areas. And we also have a masterclass for you all on skilling in the aviation sector by Mr. Chokyal, who's coming all the way from Gujarat. And we are also very grateful for the government of Haryana for being here today as well, sir. So we will begin today morning's program, and I request our dignitaries for today to please join us on the dais, inviting Mr. VP Agarwal, Senior Member, Haryana Airports Development Corporation, Government of Haryana, and former Chairman of Airport Authority of India, to please join us on the dais. A big round of applause for our please. Inviting Mr. Christoph Oftring, Vice President Technology Gate, to please join us. Inviting Mr. Krunal Upadhyay from Radical Communications to please join us on the dais. Mr. Vivek Shrivastava, IPS DG Fire Services, Home Guards, Ministry of Home Affairs, would be joining us shortly. So I will request Mr. Krunal to please welcome the dignitaries. Can we have a big thundering round of applause for all our dignitaries for coming in here today? Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for joining on the second day of the India Airport and the Aviation Summit that we have been organized. Here, I welcome Mr. Agrawal and also Mr. Offspring, so for joining us in the first session of day 2, and we welcome everyone for the whole day. Please enjoy the summit and also visit the exhibition where so many companies have explained their products, they showcase their products and everything. So everyone, please join the summit. Continue with Mr. Agrawal sir and also Mr. Officer. Thank you.
May I request Mr. Neeraj to please come on the dais and felicitate our dignitaries. A warm welcome with the Green Initiative for Mr. VP Agarwal. Thank you so much, sir. Beta side. Plant. And also a warm welcome to Mr. Christoph Oftring. Thank you so much for being a part of the India Airport Show 3.0. Come on, all the youngsters. Can we have the applause coming, please? Jordar Talia. Thank you. So to start straight away, I'll request Mr. Christoph Oftring to please share his address with us. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome here in this audience. My name is Christoph Oftring, and I'm representing here the German Gate Association. We are not a company, but we are, so to say, an umbrella, hosting and covering more than 100 companies, all active in the field of airports. And we are the leading network of the airport industry. So whenever it comes, and my role in this network is being the Vice President for Technology. So whenever it comes to some technical development, we were meeting with some of the potential customers here already this week in our delegation tour. And we discuss and we want to learn and listen to your needs. And we also offer some new development on our side. And let me give you some example in what we are working on. I think we all know about the necessity of reducing carbon footprint, and we all see what happens with the smog, what happens with the pollution. So one of our main initiatives is what can we do to be more efficient in using energy. And it is not only always the big things we work on, it's also the small components, like we have introduced and developed a new type of highly efficiency motors called IE5. We are working on, and this is also on display from our partners, we do have new type of belts, which sounds a little simple, but a new type of belt can save around 20% of energy compared to an existing one. Though these are all small measures which make it possible for you to go ahead and be more active in reducing carbon footprint. Also, when we asked some of you yesterday and the day before, what is the most important for you, I heard a lot of times you are looking into creating digital twins. That's something we are in for a while. For example, if you buy a package handling system today, we already have a digital twin, which is a copy on the computer of your system. And this allows to draw back for 2 years' time each individual bag. So if somebody misses a bag, you can go back for 2 years to find what happened. Has it been loaded? Has it been lost? Was it damaged? What happened to this one particular bag? To give you another advantage, example, not an advantage. The industry talks a lot about more automation. So what we do is we have some autonomous vehicles on the apron, like one company also represented here called Motortok. They do pushback for aircrafts, and it is in the early days, I have to say, it's not yet fully developed, but we have electrical equipment available for, and it's not only the way we power by use of battery, it's also the way we control, because there will no driver be needed in near future. It will all be autonomous. And last not least, one example I want to highlight is called face recognition. So when arriving here Sunday, I had to queue for maybe 20 minutes, which was not too bad in immigration, I have to say. Sometimes I have to queue longer. But these 20 minutes could have been reduced by using modern face recognition, where I just stay in front of this camera, take off my glasses, then a picture is taken and all the rest goes automatically. So these are just some examples I wanted to highlight here. Be welcome at our booth, the Gate Association again, and I wish all of us a pleasant day here and some good and nice talks and a great future in the Indy airport industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we request Mr. VP Agarwal, Senior Member, Haryana Airports Development Corporation, Government of Haryana, to please give his address. I think sir has a presentation as well.
Good morning, everybody. I see a lot of young faces here. Thanks, Bhavna, for inviting me here. PhD's Chamber of Commerce, we are definitely associated with them, and we are seeing a lot of changes happening in PhD, and they are gradually improving on the exhibitions and everything. And the exhibition was organized by Radical. So this is, I've seen the chalets here. They were much professionally done and very good chalets. So thank you very much, organizers. I spend my lifetime in aviation and especially airports. So I have a lot of a story to tell. And I started somewhere 79, and I retired as Chairman Airport Authority in 2014. So the transformational journey started happening somewhere in 1995, when air taxi were introduced, and then probably airlines have started opening up. So that is how the demand has started growing. Then we found our airport to be lacking at all the facilities. And frankly speaking, there was hardly any space to be there at the airport, and either the connectivity was bad or space were too bad, and very small airports. So that time then we had to think. And meanwhile, the low-cost carriers started, so everybody started traveling at a very nominal price. So we have seen a boom happening in the aviation sector, and certain airports have seen abnormal growth. And in general, we registered a growth ranging from 12% to 18%, which is too high. And presently, there was a setback because of the COVID, and then again it is back on the track. So all the airports are busting out of seams, and more capacity is being created. We did create some capacity up to 2013-14, and then again further capacity is being added at all the airports. So I'm very happy that this sector is going too fast. And with the present policies of the government and stress on Make in India, more and more companies are coming in, and they are starting manufacture here in India, bringing the cost down, bringing the quality of the products, doing the improvement. So a lot of change is happening in the aviation sector, and it is contributing. You may be knowing that Delhi Airport contributes something like 30 to 34% of GDP to Delhi state. So that is a big contribution by an airport. So that is how the airports work. This is a great contributor to the economy. And now this Delhi Airport is almost saturating and will gradually reach its peak. And then the Noida Airport is coming up. So I'll come to that also further. And then a new airport, which we are planning, we have rather started at Hisar, which is 160 kilometers from this place. And this is one of the first licensed airport in the state of Haryana. So how that airport can transform the city, transform the region, and how we should plan it. That is how it all comes. So all the basic requirements, basic needs for an airport to develop and happen is taken care. And you will be surprised to know, Hisar Airport, we luckily have something like 7,200 acres of land in hand. It is very much, and it is clear from all headdresses. So this is something, the largest chunk of land with any airport in the country at present. So this airport is designed with 2 runway systems, initially 1 runway system, and we are planning to start it as more as a cargo airport, and then gradually as passenger traffic builds up, it will be having passenger plus cargo, and there is an industrial area planned around the airport, which will facilitate the growth. And such similar example is Nagpur Airport, where Nagpur has another industrial area attached to it with the airport, so that making it easier for high value manufacturing to happen at those locations. But Nagpur has not been that success model, I'll say, because mostly the land was given to IT industries, while IT industries doesn't have any locational advantage being at the airport. So most of the land was taken by them, and then actual manufacturing is not happening there. So I'll come to the Hisar Airport, and it may interest you how a greenfield airport should be taken and can be taken. This airport, you'll be surprised to know, it is almost, it is ready, and it is going to be licensed, and the operation may start in December itself. So this will be in a limited capacity because of there is a problem related to the passenger capacity and passenger terminal. A new terminal is under progress. So we have developed this at present as a 4D airport, instrument landing, with instrument landing. And the passenger capacity, a new terminal which is being built up is for 2 million capacity. And cargo is 2,000 metric ton to start with. Reason being that, and there are areas reserved for cargo's company to come in and make the cargo there, specific to their requirement. And maybe depending the type of cargo they intend to handle, that space can be created and can be utilized. The area can be allotted to them. Presently, something like 1,000 crores is being spent by Haryana government out of their own resources. So, because at that point we have seen that there is no point that we do the PPP for that greenfield airport, because that time not much of the interest was shown by the private operators. So our intention is to do, clean up the slate, clear the ground, make it ready and make it operative, take care of the initial risk, and then at some point of time when the traffic builds up, and that is the right time to do the PPP, go for PPP and give it to some private operator to take it further. This is 158 kilometers from Delhi. And if you see Hisar Airport, there is distances are given there. If you see, the nearest airport is Delhi, and all the airports are more than 150 kilometers away. And this airport, if you see Delhi and Jewar, these are all in the same direction almost. Being in the same direction means the catchment area is overlapping. For Delhi and Jewar, it is overlapping, while Hisar will have a clear catchment area. So that is a big advantage. And airspace at Hisar is incidentally free, while in case of Jewar, there are limitations because of Delhi and because of the Hindon Airport. So there is limitation. So that way, this is one of the very good location from for a greenfield airport to start with. If you see, this case definitely will connect with the Delhi, and we are also planning a high-speed rail connectivity from Delhi to Hisar. Presently, this distance can be covered by that high-speed train in 90 minutes. So from point to point, from say Delhi Airport to Hisar Airport, 90 minutes. So once Delhi is saturated, it is not meeting the requirement, and then probably the Hisar starts growing. So that is the idea. You might have also heard about a Panchgram Yojana in Haryana. So this Yojana is five villages, 5 cities, big cities, around Delhi at the Western Expressway point. So if you see this entire Western Expressway, Panchgram Yojana, is going to be 1.5 times of Delhi. So this is going to create a big, I'll say, a counter magnet and a big population which needs to travel from the airport, and probably that time Delhi cannot meet the demand, and Hisar is the only answer that way. This is the master plan for Hisar. We are constructing one runway, we have constructed rather one runway, and we have applied to DGCA for license. So this should soon come. It is Cat 2 license. This particular airport can be used also as a technical halt. This can also be used as a diversionary airport, and the airport operation can happen. There is sufficient space for cargo, sufficient space for MROs, and the greenish area which you are seeing is the entire industrial area. This is, we say, manufacturing cluster which we are planning for 3,000 acres of area. I was talking to Christoph. So he represents a group of German companies, around 100 companies are working with him. So I said, why not you ask for the big chunk of land at Hisar itself, say 100 acres, where any German company can easily come in and set their shop. So he has accepted that idea and will probably go for more discussions. The area in the middle which is shown, that round thing, that is for future development. That is for next phase of development when we do the PPP. Presently, we are taking a one terminal building of 2 million capacity on the left side. And there's a big airport. It can, this has a 2 runway system. And probably this capacity in future, when it grows, can go up to 100 million. So there's a big capacity coming around Delhi and within Delhi NCR. Transshipment facility can comfortably operate because there is no restriction for entry and exit, no restriction for trucks to enter in that area. And this is surrounded by 2 national highways. This I just forgot to mention, National Highway 52 and National Highway 9. So 2 highways are just crossing on the border. So this is easy connectivity for evacuating or bringing the goods to Hisar Airport. This is the present layout, and one particular thing which is shown in the red, that is the new terminal building is coming up. I'll show the design of the terminal building. That will impress you. These are, this is the cargo facility which will be coming up, but cargo is not that big. Initially, we are setting up some common user cargo. So that facility is coming up there, and it may be ready within 2 years' time frame. This is the control tower building, which will be, there will be initially a tower control there, but subsequently more and more air traffic facilities can be positioned there. This is the new terminal design, and it is a shell structure. So impressive design with aero bridges connectivity. This is another shot. We already have 3 hangars available there. 3 hangars adequate for Airbus 320, which are available there. So anybody thinking of shifting operations or using hangar facility, these are readily available, and 2 small hangars are available. This is the terminal runway with the full parallel taxiway that is available, and there are 10 parking bays available, already available. So, we are giving concessions for landing and parking. So aircrafts can plan their night parking there right now. Uh, there is unrestricted entry, as I told you, from two highways. Airspace is absolutely free, so no limitation of timing. And one important thing is the sales tax at Haryana, Hisar, has been reduced to 1% hardly. So that is a big advantage for any flight operating from there. So free night, we are giving free night parking, and RCS operation is there to start with. And you know this particular region, Hisar, and being close to Rajasthan, close to Punjab, is dominant in agri and animal produce. So there can be process industries which can take these produce to CIS countries and Middle East countries if need be. Apart from this, there is another facility in Bhiwani where pilot training is going on. There is another location at Narnaul, which is being used for aviation sports. Skydiving and other facilities are there. This particular airport is part of a Amritsar-Kolkata corridor. So any goods coming from things can be transported to this particular corridor, and this can also get connected to DMRC, so, Delhi-Mumbai corridor also. So getting a connectivity to the port is easy from this particular airport. We are also planning a cargo village at Hisar. For that, we have got 1 million grant from USTDA to do the study and plan the cargo accordingly. So that is also being done. So that will help us in identifying the produce to be exported and marketing to be done and agencies to be finalized. So this is all happening there, and it is a great action going on near Delhi. So we see a lot of opportunity happening, and this is the way any greenfield airport should be taken up, which can create the new economic avenues for the country and make opportunities available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a detailed presentation. And I think a lot of people will, gain from it and talk to you regarding the future businesses. May I just request you for staying with us for a little more time? I'd request Mr. Shailesh Wagmare, sir, President of MTANDT Group, to please come and showcase his industry presentation.
Good morning, everyone. And let me take this opportunity to thank PSD Chamber and the organizers for organizing this August meeting. And we just heard about Hisar Integrated Hub, which is coming up. That will be one of the game changer for the region. So we support such development by providing some of the, you can say, the products and services which are used in MRO services as well as airport maintenance facilities. So India is growing as an airport hub now. More than 150 airports are there. Some more are coming up. So I represent an organization, MTNT, which deals into working at height and enhancing productivity and the safety of the persons working at height. So when it comes to airports, height is the main thing wherein people are working, and it is the live example wherein it doesn't stop working. So anything should not stop when airport is operational. So we support with that. So I will just play a small video of 2 minutes, which will give you the idea that how we support overall development with working at height. Can you play the video, please? Can you just check for the sound? So I'm sorry, there is some technical issue. So please bear with us. So this is a 50-year-old organization which is working into say enhancing productivity and safety at height. So this is the journey of the organization. We are into sales, service, and renting of such equipments. We are also manufacturer of such equipment under MII scheme. We are supplying to major government corporates, including airports also. So this will give you our coverage. We are present in major airports in India. So that is why we are supporting the airport developments also. Can you play the video? Just show you how these machines are used in a working live airports, wherein no operations are been impacted and still maintenance work goes on. So this is the image of Delhi airport video. So the entire operations is happening at the ground and people are working at height. And they also aesthetically looks good. So airport is a beautiful structure if you look at that way. So we need equipments which will look beautiful in that environment. This is one more, can you play the video please? Can you play all three videos? These are again some examples wherein it is working also at the airport maintenance as well as Airbus maintenance. So that's it. I would like to show you some of the visuals of products which are available in international market also through our international partners. So the products which you are using, it is available at Dubai Airport, Phuket Airport for the airport maintenance as well as construction activities. Then you can see it in Philippines, Korea, all those. So we represent such a brands which are internationally and globally reputed and accepted. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Akash Kaushik from Good Enough Energy to please showcase his presentation. Thank you. A big round of applause for all these innovators who are bringing in new technology in aviation. Thank you very much.
Very morning, everyone. Yeah, so it would have been amazing, like, why this chap who is not from aviation or something like that, to those who knows me. I'm an aerospace engineer who has studied abroad in UK, France, and Sweden. And I got back to India with an intention that I can't be the same person who is staying abroad and saying कि India का कुछ नहीं होगा and all stuff. So I came back in 2013. I started with battery manufacturing for small pose applications. Today, we are setting up India's largest gigafactory for battery energy storage systems. So this one is something for, you see those big solar parks where you have multi-acre of land with solar and wind farms. But the challenge here is solar generates maximum energy in the noon time, between 10 to 2 and something, whereas our requirement is at peak in the morning and evening. So just to store this energy, certainly it is required to have some kind of a storage device. So we are the first one in India to have such kind of system and manufacturing system, which is a 7 gigawatt hour of facility. This product comes with 25 years of life. So you would have seen batteries with 5 years or 3 years of warranty only. We come with 10 years of warranty and 25 years as a life. So the total cost of ownership and the LCOE, the levelized cost of storage and energy, comes very low. But here I'm not to explain you more about what is battery energy storage system and all. I am concerned about the carbon emissions, the substantial impact aviation has been giving to the environment. Today we see in Delhi, it's too smoggy and it's not good for health to be out without mask or something. So what's happening is India is having a 4% of health impact. The GDP cost of 4% goes to the health issues created by the environmental pollution and something like that. So just to cover up that, we have to understand that how this pollution is being created. So the major source of pollution at airports is APU, the auxiliary power unit. So I'll show you something, just a sec. So this is something about, like, in India today we run over 6,000 flights every day. And each flight APU consumes 150 kilogram of fuel, equivalent of coal coefficient, which is used for 30 minutes of APU operation. And this 150 kilogram, considering each kilogram is creating 3.2 kilogram carbon emission, substantiate to 3 ton of daily carbon emission by aircrafts in India itself, which is equal to 6.5 lakh cars running over roads, 10 kilometer each, just 10 kilometer. And annual emission is 1 million ton. For substantiating this 1 million ton, we have to put 50 million trees, which is practically impossible. So offsetting the carbon created by aviation is not possible in practical sense. So what can we do is we can decrease this carbon emission. So in this novel approach, we have created some solutions which can be a good alternative to APU, though we see GPUs being running over ground, the ground power unit. So I'll take you through the journey, how Good Enough started. So in 2021, we started our first ideation to just build up some energy storage systems. And then we started R&D in 2022. And it was in March 2023, we developed this solution, which is storage 0.25, which is for replacing diesel generators. This system is of 250 kilowatt and 125 kVA, which can replace a 125 kVA diesel generator as a plug-and-play system. The cost of 3 years of fuel you consume in a diesel generator of 125 kVA is equivalent to the cost of this product, which will last for 25 years. So your ROI is just in 3 years by virtue. So we have bidded for UPPCL and other tenders, which is not relevant to the audience here, but You see, in October 2024, we have developed this system of eGPU for aviation. So this individual product, which is of 180 kVA and 90 kVA two systems. An aircraft generally needs 90 kVA only, but if you want to use same unit for two aircraft, you can use 180 kVA as well, which can serve 10 aircraft turnaround in a single charge, for considering a 30-minute turnaround operation for each aircraft. So I would ask the audience here, like, what's the biggest challenge for the airport sustainability or the airport has been facing today? So we have three options, goes to cost, efficiency, and emission. Most of you who are environmental concerned, they will say it's emission. Those who want to operate aircrafts and airport, they will say efficiency. And those who are economists might say cost. But the fact lies into the next picture I'll be showing to you. You see, this aircraft, the GPU by itself is producing 42% of carbon emission. So if we really want to control over the carbon emissions on airport, we have to focus on GPUs. Today, we have 6,000 plus flights and almost similar number of GPUs on airport. And only 2% of those are battery operated and rest others are diesel operated. These 2% are using conventional lead acid battery, which need to replace every 2 years and have an environmental impact of lead and carcinogenic fumes coming out of it. Our solution is made up with lithium-ion batteries, which last for a big life of 25 years. And of course, they don't have any environmental impact as such and the health impact as well. If any of the airport operator and service provider would like to understand how our product work, and they can scan this QR code and book a consultation or a Zoom call with us, and we'll be more than happy. For now, I would like to just show you the storage range we have developed so far. I'll ask the executives to play the video. Is indigenously developed and screw level engineered in India. Even the screw has been decided by us where to put and how to put it there. and comes with a liquid thermal management and innovative technology which keeps the battery safe, cool, and having a long life. This product comes with UL 9540A compliance, which is the stringent safety standard across the world for lithium-ion batteries. Then question arises why we should use eGPUs. So we have 4 big reasons. It has a good environmental impact, though it has operational efficiency and cost saving, and of course you can meet with the ICAO and IATA regulations, which promotes you to have a more cleaner and greener airport, and the commitment which has India made in COP conventions. India has this mission of having carbon-free airports by 2030 and an alignment with CORSIA carbon credits. So if whosoever related to airport and would like to understand what are CORSIA credits and how your system can gain the benefit of this, we provide you the free consultation on that. Of course, it helps the environment of the workplace. You can have a clear and, the visibility decreases because of the pollution, the localized pollution created by APUs. So it creates a difficulty in takeoff and landings as well. So if you have some less carbon emissions, the visibility of the airport and for the flights will be more easier and cleaner as well. Then comes to the peak loads. Today India is having a 500 gigawatt of load capacity and supply electricity easily. But there was a time some 4 years back when we all had this memory that India was left with only 1 day of coal to produce electricity. We were in dilemma that what will happen if this coal finishes off. So today, 70% of electricity we produce is from coal, fossil fuels we import, and that cost India $10 billion. And this $10 billion in repercussions affect the economy of India, the rupee depreciation, and much more. So if we control this import of fuels and move towards the renewables, then we will be having not only the cleaner environment, but also the sovereignty of nation. And this sovereignty, in turn, give you a challenge that renewables need some different times for the peaks. They produce electricity more into the time when they are not required. So just to store it and then manage the peak, you can use our systems or GPUs same way. This is the articulated thing of 180 kVA aircraft ground supply, having onboard charger, and you can save almost 20 to 25 lakh rupees per flight operation of aircraft. So in nutshell, which I would say, we have these 3 differences or 4 differences in comparison to a diesel GPU. It doesn't create pollution. It don't have a sound impact. You would have seen 85 decibel earmuffs being weared by the aircraft ground personals. You don't have to use it if you're using this. The daily cost is very less as compared. I'll give you a glance over it. And there is very fewer repair. It's only a preventive maintenance which is required for our system, unlike to a diesel generator which has so many moving parts and wearing, tearing parts. The startup time you need is a 15 minutes for a diesel GPU, whereas for us it's an instant plug-and-go system. So if you look after 50 aircraft turnaround operation, you need to invest 5 CR, and you will save 2 CR in comparison to a diesel GPU. And you will have the complete ROI within 3 years, and your GPU will keep on running for the next 25 years. So it's another graphical presentation where you will invest 460 lakh, that is almost 4.6 CR, including the operational cost of the fuel you are using for diesel GPU, whereas the electricity cost and the battery capex cost will be 2 CR, so you will end up saving 2.6 CR on a single unit. This is a cross comparison if you are using a Boeing 737 or A320. If you use APU or GPU or eGPU made by Good Enough Energy, the per hour operational cost is 160 rupees, whereas for APU and GPU is 14,000 and 1,860 rupees. It's a clear contrast you can have that how our systems are more efficient, more environment friendly, and of course, efficient. This is a case study we have developed for Delhi Airport. We have 1,200 flights every day. If all diesel GPUs are being replaced at Delhi Airport, we will save or cut down 50 1,000 tons of carbon emission, and we will save 50 CR on Delhi airport itself. Thank you very much. Let's make a cleaner and greener airport of India. So, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Akashji. May I just request you to come back on the stage? We'd like to give you a memento for being a part of the program, and I'll request Krunal to please hand over a memento to Akash Kaushik. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for the last industry presentation, may I request Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, Business Head, Aerial Work Platform, Access Equipment for Working at Heights at Airports from Gemini Power Hydraulics Private Limited, to please share his presentation with us. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Vijay Kumar Singh, as she has introduced me. I think before I come to our offerings to airports, it makes me a bit nostalgic and emotional. I think it was in year 2005 when I flew to Singapore at Changi Airport, where first time I have seen the travel light, you know, the horizontal escalator, right? And I flew from Hyderabad to Chennai, and from Chennai by Singapore Airlines to Changi. And while returning, I was just looking at, you know, the number of overbridges, and if my memory is correct, that time Singapore has 72 aero bridges, where Chennai has just 3 or 4. But now when I land in Delhi or Mumbai, that gives me a great feeling that how far we have come and how the air traffic has been revolutionized, right? So this gives me a great feeling, a great nationalist feeling, right? Mudassar? Yeah. So as you can see in the pictures, can you go back to the last slide? Sorry, first, I'm sorry. Yes. Huh? Where? Here? Green okay, thank you. Yeah. So basically we have been associated with industry for last 30 years. We are a 30-year-old company. We offer working at height solutions at heights. Basically the purpose is to enhance safety, productivity, reliability, and comfort. And most important, as I said yesterday, that airport is no more a place to move. It is basically a shopping complex. Basically, it is best way to use your leisure. So these equipments are used there. We offer the leading global brands, and that offers you the most technologically advanced and innovative product. We are the only manufacturer of truck-mounted aerial work platforms which complies to international safety standards. So we are the first Indian company to manufacture locally C-certified machine. And it is not only the supplying the equipment, but what we say that we offer the lowest cost of ownership. The life cycle costing of my product has to be lower than anybody else. So this is our value proposition, and this is how we offer. Yeah. So you can see these are the brands that we are representing, especially in the airport sector. What we are promoting is Palazzani. Then we have Palazzani is an Italian brand of a spider lift. Howlett is a French company for self-propelled. Then you can see we have other product line also where we offer high force, that is our industrial tools, high pressure jacks. Uh, then you can see on the left that is Leo is our truck mounted brand that we have manufactured locally. Then we have also services. This services is very specific where we take shutdown maintenance job in refineries, steel plants. So this is our presence in Indian market. We have been associated with Indian market since this market has started opening up in 2010-11, and it has started with airports. It has started with airports. We have total around 1,100 machines, and out of that, around 60 machines are working at airports itself. Whether it is Airport Authority of India, whether it is GMR, GVK, Fairfax, or even Adani's. You can just have a look. This is our presence in the airport sector. So you can see from Delhi to Trivandrum, our machines are there. Recent, I think we will be supplying 2 machines to Patna Airport, that is Airport Authority of India, that is a 30-meter machines. And this is one of the biggest machines that will be supplying for indoor maintenance. And already Bangalore International Airport, our 41-meter machine is working, and that is mostly used on air side. So it is not only we sell the equipment, we conduct the site study, see the problem area, and then we offer the solution. So basically, this is a very application-oriented selling. These are the four product classes. One is scissor lift. We offer up to 18 meter. We have boom lift, where we offer up to 43 meters. Then we have a spider lift, that is 57 meters we can offer. But the maximum so far supplied in India, that has been 39 meter. But I'm very sure as the heights are going up, I think we will have soon some supplies in higher range as well. Then the truck mounted, as I talked about, we have 11 meter, 14 meter, 24, 29. So in fact, 25 meters are working at Mumbai International Airport, and 114 meter is working with one of the service provider at Goa International Airport. I will not go into much of the details of these type of equipments, but if you see on the extreme left, that is scissor lift, that gives you a straight vertical access, whereas if you see other equipments, they give you a lateral access as well. And the last one, the truck mounted, what we manufacture, basically it gives you the best mobility, because otherwise these machines are slower machines, and this moves fast. So like if you are working on the air side, or if you are working on the terminal side, the machine can move faster because it's basically a superstructure fitted on the truck. Now you can see, the machines, our machines working on aircraft. In fact, yesterday the organizers, they talked about the MROs coming. So in fact, our machines are working at different MROs. Our recent supply will be to Trivandrum MRO, where we are supplying a 16-meter machine. Basically, these are the areas where mostly you use ladders. Ladders, of course, you need 2 people to operate. So this offers you a mechanized solution, and most important that while maintaining, you should not touch on the aircraft, right. So I already talked about our truck mounted machines. So this we have started manufacturing in 2020. It has a very good response from the market because we are offering international quality. International quality standard, compliance to highest safety standard, that is C certification, EN 280 compliance. This is one area I just wanted to talk about for a minute. Especially during the construction phase of airport, you have many lifting equipments. But once the airport becomes operational, suppose if you have to lift a 500 kgs glass or anything else. So actually in today, not only in airports, in other areas also, in other building as well, there are no lifting solutions. All they are doing it, that is make and shift, that could be very dangerous as well. So this is we are promoting, we are trying to create a market so that the airport becomes safer. So these are the machines. We have a tie-up with a company, Italian company called Geco. They are the world leaders in customized material lifting solutions. It's not possible to capture all the airports here, but we have captured some of the airports, and it is not only limited to commercial airports. Our machines are working at Air Force Station Agra, it is working at Jorhat, it is also working with Tata Air, Tata Sia. So we have a very strong foothold in the aircraft industry, and we are adding value to them. We are increasing the safety, we are increasing the productivity, and last but not least, we are making the terminal beautiful by timely maintenance. So again, you can see some of the pictures we have taken. On the extreme right, you can see this is Terminal 2 of Mumbai. Then you have Dehradun Airport. This is also T1, that is Taj Air. So this all across we are there. Yeah. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, any query, any comments? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A lot of new technology happening. And may I thank our dignitaries for being a part of the keynote session. So I'll request our dignitaries on the dais to please stand for a group photograph. I'll request Ms. Mariam to please join us for the group photograph, please. A big round of applause for our dignitaries. A group photograph, please. So we'll start away with our next session, which is on a very interesting topic, the drones. And we are working towards transforming India into a global drone hub during Amrit Kal. We have with us very, very important stalwarts who have been laying this foundation. They're experts from the Indian industry, and they have very interesting areas to talk about in this session. So I'll request you all to please remain seated and give us just 2 minutes to set up, and we'll get into the drone hub. Thank you. Inviting Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, VM retired, Senior Fellow MPIDSA, to join us on the dais. Mr. Vishal Markande, CEO Singularity, Colonel Ramit Arora, retired CEO Aeroshul Technologies Private Limited, Ms. Nancy Singh, a drone flying instructor from Ford Institute of Drone Technology, and Group Captain Arvind Pandey, retired, Senior Fellow CAPS and a geospatial expert, to join us on the dais. From them, I think everyone loves to fly the drones, but the technicalities, the challenges, all behind them is something that these people look at. So warm welcome again to Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, Mr. Vishal Markande, Colonel Ramit Arora, Ms. Nancy Singh, and Group Captain Arvind Pandey, retired. So I'll hand it over to Narang sir to take it forward. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of young people here. Many of you may not be aware that India wants to become a global drone hub by 2030. Also, all of you would have realized that COVID really made us realize the significance of Atmanirbharta. And when I wrote my book, India's Quest for UAVs and Challenges in 2000, late 19 or 20, I never knew that India will set such high aspirational goals. But there is a gap. When you set those goals, implementation of those goals have a lot of nuances, challenges, and intricacies. And that is what we people generally do not understand. And if you realize, we always overpromise. So it becomes the responsibility of experts to really bring out those nuances so that necessary corrective actions can be taken. If we don't do those corrective actions, we will realize 5 years hence or 10 years hence that we have not achieved our desired goals. So keeping that in mind, I will be raising few questions, and luckily I have experts with me. Vishal Markande from Singularity, Colonel Ramit Arora, Nancy Singh, who's running a training, remote pilot training organization, which is also called a drone training organization, and Group Captain Arvind Pandey, who can talk about GIS. What is GIS? I will not tell you. I will let him explain it to you. But I'm a curious person, and I'm also a person who's asked questions. So that's why I end up asking questions in most of the seminars. So my question is, what is drone hub? What do we want to achieve when you say in Amrit Kal? First, what is Amrit Kal? Amrit Kal is a period between today and 2047 where India wants to see. Remember, drones will be there like cars. Our information technology industry is existing, but we don't have Indian products. I'm still looking for Indian cars which are ruling the Western world. Can drone change that? Now that's my dream. And my dream is reflected in my writings. I've written a lot on making an India drone hub in real sense, which is based on design, development, manufacturing, export, and services. All these combined will be a real global drone hub. What was missing in the past is IP-led, innovation-led technology creation, manufacturing, design. We have been doing design, but we have not been manufacturing. If we have design and manufacturing, we don't have an IPR. How do we fill these gaps? Now, these are the issues which I have been asking myself and asking my experts. Now, with me is Vishal Markande, who's CEO of Singularity. To tell you, Singularity is developing innovative drones for the military predominantly. So, Vishal, I have few questions, and then you can take your own, you can come up with your take. We have been developing drones. What are the vulnerabilities of drones you feel India is facing? And how do you think we can address it? Also, I would like to seek your view, though you have more focused on defense. Is our Ministry of Civil Aviation really equipped to take India towards a drone hub, global drone hub aim? And do we have, so 3 questions are there. Testing infrastructure. Government came up with the defense testing infrastructure scheme. Is it adequate? So if you can start on that.
Yeah. So to pick it up from the first question, the testing infrastructure, I don't really see anything on the ground yet. The testing infrastructure that we have belongs to some of the DPSEs, which they claim to allow the other companies to use, but that's still only on paper. But luckily, because we've been working with these DPSEs, so we have that option of using the testing and trial facility. Although it is not adequate, because the only thing that you get to use over there is the runway, but not the the ground control systems, which of course will be required over a period of time. So as a private entity, along with TIDCO, there are some things that we are trying to do, and the Tamil Nadu government has been quite dynamic that way, that they have already agreed to give the land where such a facility can be set up, and I think TIDCO is also doing something with IIT Madras on that. But the ground has not been broken on that yet. So yes, it is required, and I see that the government, if the government is supporting and willing, then obviously it will go a long way in helping the industry.
So basically, what you're saying is civil drone testing infrastructure, there is no movement as of now. You're trying to create some. In the defense, DTIS has not really
On the ground.
on the ground, you are not seeing that testing ecosystem being available to a common person with your own interactions or past interactions. You have been able to get it. So I think it is still a privilege to get that drone testing.
It is a privilege, and it requires a whole lot of push also. It should not be there, because if the government has identified this as a key sector or as an emerging industry, then basic help should be forthcoming even before people understand that there is a need for it. The other issue is that I don't think that we should do a distinction between civilian and defense, because testing facility can be commonly used by both. I mean, the aero data coming back is all that the industry needs to make a better product or to innovate or.
Yeah, and now I come back to the vulnerabilities of defense drone systems, components. If you can just highlight some of those, and what are your recommendations of overcoming those limitations or vulnerabilities?
So we currently, yeah, can you hear me better? So we are, see, most of the LRUs or the subsystems that are used for drones or any unmanned aerial system.
So when he says LRU, it is a line replacement unit. You replace one component with it, and that's what he's referring to.
Yeah. So what we feel is lacking. I mean, there are a lot of companies in India which are attempting to make these LRUs in India, or at least to have TOTs with the foreign companies and try to manufacture them here. What is lacking, if we come back to the first question, the drone testing, because you first test a drone, have a platform that flies, and then you fly the LRUs and test and try these LRUs, and eventually get to certification and standardization of equipment. Now that needs to follow, some kind of a path. if that basic infrastructure is not available, then no matter how hard the Indian companies work, they will never be able to build a product which is, globally acceptable. If it is not globally acceptable, the market size becomes so small that it becomes unviable to set up those industries or to manufacture those equipments in India. So, it's like a catch-22 where we find ourselves. The vulnerability of the supply chain is the biggest vulnerability, because if we are dependent on only imports of even the basic LRUs or the subsystems of drones, I don't see that how that can be a sustainable activity. Think about it like this, that countries like Turkey and Iran have managed to indigenize in their own way a whole lot of technologies which were denied to them only because the government was fully behind the industry. And it's not only the user. The government's might has to be behind the industry for that industry to become self-sufficient.
So what do you mean by that might? What do you want this government to do beyond what they have already done? They've already given you a drone hub mission, Atmanirbharta mission. So what else?
Mission? The industry doesn't need a mission, right?
Something on
industry
ground.
needs something on the ground. I mean, we don't need papers and policies and, or unnecessary regulations also.
So what would be your ask?
No, we don't
Once
really.
you said is testing side.
We don't really have an ask as such because we are already working with the users. So the user understands what it needs. The government needs to give that freedom to the user to be able to interact with the industry and take the projects forward.
So they should not be hurdled. So I come down to now.
They should get out of the way, actually.
Yeah. So Colonel Ramit, I want to ask you. You have been in the civil military drone domain. Do we have the structures to operate drones within the cities? Do we have structures to, operate between the cities, what is called urban air mobility or advanced air mobility? What do we need to create in India? What is lacking? Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Sorry, it's good afternoon now. Thanks for the question. Basically what you are trying to ask me is that do we have facilities today in our cities or in the country for urban air mobility? That is the question?
Yes. Okay. And if not, what do we need to do and who has to do it as per you?
This is a very interesting topic. Urban air mobility or advanced air mobility. So before I get to the question specific, I just want to make 2 or 3 small points here. So this is the background to the answer. We are in the age of drones. The age of drones, like not in the video games, but in actuality, unmanned systems have become a reality. And unmanned has become a reality because of 2 components. That is, one is technology and one is artificial intelligence, which is ensuring that the mind is there of these systems to do the autonomy part. Having said that, coming to the question specifically, we are at a very, very nascent stage in our country. In fact, almost everywhere, everybody is in a nascent stage. This decade is where we will see urban air mobility take off. We have to plan for the infrastructure, yes, but before we plan for the infrastructure, which as of now is woefully short.
So you don't agree with the minimum government, maximum governance?
That is what we were discussing. But when we were talking about the policy 15 minutes back, about policy, I say this only. About policy, what I say is that the government, I'm a firm believer of what our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji had said, that minimum governance, maximum government.
No, minimum government, maximum governance.
Maximum governance, minimum government. So here also in policy also, it should be minimum government. That
But then who will create the infrastructure? No, that's a question. Somebody has to invest money on it. Unless we really focus on critical areas, somebody has to invest.
Yes. When we talk about infrastructure creation, that is a separate thing. When we talk about governing, certification and license Raj, that is a different thing. So we don't
Agreed.
want license Raj in this.
So there are two parts to it. One is the policy part. Second is the creation of or launching of initiatives to create ecosystem in the country.
Correct. Now, I'll go back to our roads network. The government has to put in money for the roads network. That goes without saying. But the government is also moving in a PPP model. So once the policy and once the demand comes of age, the infrastructure can also move in a PPP model. But till that time, it has to be the government which spends on infrastructure.
So we need investment in that sense. That's what you're saying.
Not investments, we need capital expenditure, capex by the government.
Thank you. So Nancy, you've been training drone pilots. I just want to understand, I've been studying drone training for a very close. I am myself a pilot. So I'm always concerned when I look at the training being given in 5 days and, he's been made to fly a drone. And you do second capsule and third capsule, then you have a full-fledged drone instructor after a gap of 1.5, 2 years based on whatever the policy is there. But do you think that pilot who's going for relatively bigger drones, small drone class of drones, is he equipped to operate at a low level where, say, helicopters are also operating or there are other drones operating? Is it adequate for us or we need to do something more in terms of policy, in terms of syllabus, in terms of probably understanding of man-unmanned operations? So if you could just touch on those critical questions, because we have already have had enough experience now. There are numbers of training institutions or training the drone pilots around India. There are 11,000 pilots already plus. Now, with so many people already in the Indian territory, if we can identify the gaps and do the course correction.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, sir, for giving me or us this opportunity. Today, whatever I will be saying, it will be from the perspective of a drone instructor. I am working as a drone instructor at 4 Institute of Drone Technology and Research based in Gurgaon, and it's been 1.5 years. And I have 150 hours of experience as an instructor. So during this tenure, I have seen few things which are creating as a hurdle in developing this infrastructure for BV loss operations. Because we are heading towards BV loss operations in India, and we are taking examples of foreign countries, whatever happening there. So there is a need to discuss as much as possible, and we need experts from different industries related to aviation. They should come forward and discuss typical questions. So as you asked, whether the present scenario of drone training, is it adequate or not? So let me tell you, present syllabus we are teaching, it's just as an introductory part. Because right now, to become a drone pilot, you need 10th class. There is no field constraint or like speciality. Anyone, whether he or she is from commerce or art or science, there is no constraint there. So, and people are just class 10 pass only. So to make them understandable about the things in the drone, at present DGCA has just imparted drone training syllabus just as an introductory session only. But if we look further, because in industry, based on application, now the industry experts are demanding drone pilots who are having GIS technology knowledge as well. So for that, there is no guidelines from DGCA like how we should train them. So at that level, the instructors themselves need to be trained so that they can focus on the application-based jobs. So that is the first
Okay,
thing.
now tell me, once a drone pilot you're trained, I'm a pilot, so every year I had to pass certain tests or meet certain criteria. While I know there is a minimum flying criteria, is the existing criteria of currency of drone adequate?
Few months back, it was not there. But recently, DGCA has imparted this eligibility criteria. Like if a drone pilot is going for medium category, that is from above 25 kg, he or she needs to do now 20 hours of experience. Before,
They
it
didn't
has
have it
come
earlier.
a few
So I think
months
it's
back only.
it's a
Before that, it was not there.
So it's just the flying experience, there's no check, there's nothing of that sort. Just he needs a flying criteria.
A flying experience, and yes, during the training, they may be having some skill test, the
Okay.
flying test.
So, okay.
And in the same way, instructors are also going to have this refresher course every 2 years.
Okay, so I think there is some step forward, but I still feel if we have to go into the urban air mobility, recently we passed the eVTOL policy.
Right.
So I come back to any one of you who would answer me eVTOL. If we have to really operate, I think I'll come to you, Vishal. If we have to really allow eVTOLs to operate in India, two questions. Who will certify it? Are we ready? Secondly, what we need to do trials to validate that this eVTOL operation is safe?
First, we need to understand that what exactly is it that we intend to do with eVTOL. If the BV loss is the objective, then that is where the testing should be done. BV loss is basically only dependent upon your communication systems. So if you are not able to see the aircraft or the equipment that is in the air, the equipment needs to be in touch with the with the ground control system. And it should be managed safely, and that's about it. But if I'm not mistaken, the BV loss or the advanced air mobility that we are talking about is actually manned. It's not unmanned yet. And the DGCA is getting a lot of help from FAA on that, because Archer Aviation, I think, is the first company which is going in for the certification here. So that's a manned aircraft. But I want to actually pick up from what you just asked Nancy. So one of the things that all of you probably don't know, that sir also has the distinction of doing 2 or 1 dead stick landing, right, of the helicopter. Now that is the level of expertise that is required from a drone pilot, where you can do fail-safe flight, because drone as an equipment does not even require a pilot. I mean, these are autonomous systems. They are fully mission capable. You only need a pilot to interfere when it gets into a distress. So to do a safe ditching or safe landing is what the pilot needs to do, and that requires much more than 20 hours of flight. I mean, even to build muscle memory, you need 100 hours on the simulator at least. And that is a challenge.
Yeah, so I think as we grow, remember our companies are now growing to develop bigger drones, and that's a concern we have. I have with me, of course, Nancy and Vishal mentioned about BVOLS. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, BVOLS trials started in 2020. In fact, they date back to 2019, and till today we do not have a policy on operations of beyond visual line of sight operations. It doesn't mean drones are not operating, but they are operating in exemption clause. So what was happening prior to the rules of Drone Rules 2021 is continuing. The reason which probably I recently published a monograph called Military Civil Technology Fusion, for making India Atmanirbhar Global Drone Hub by 2030. It's a downloadable document. It's about 130-page document which deliberates on various issues of drone industry, civil, military. The key issue which emerged, in fact, prior to that, I had written another paper, Anusandhan-led Atmanirbhar US industry in India. If you study what is happening in Europe, US and China, even China, they are developing new technologies, they are validating. So they launch the trial operations, they collate the data, based on data, they form interim regulations. In our case, we have done only one trial. That was a genuine trial, which is a beyond visual line of sight. Thereafter, we have not done anything, whether in terms of unmanned traffic management, let's say detect and avoid system, remote tracking. So what is missing is, we have really simplified the policies, minimum government, but we have not done the maximum technology development. Because technology really makes you a big country, an innovation-led country. Private sector and startups can do up to a certain level. Beyond that, what he was saying, that we need things on ground. Now that part India has to understand. So when I was writing this monograph, I didn't write civil-military fusion. I wrote military-civil technology fusion, because technology is one which we people need to understand if we really have to become a global drone hub. And in terms of technology, I come to Group Captain Pandey. Pandey sir, you have been involved in GIS. And most of our drone industry is focused on training, operations, I think electro-optic, visual, or rather other issues. He comes with a very, very specific specialization of GIS. Now, what is GIS? Where are we in India? How is it related to drones? So all those issues, if you can simply make us understand and probably tell us what we need to do in India. Sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. GIS as...
Before he starts, I would tell you, he is a senior fellow at Center for Air Power Studies. We have been together. He's been studying GIS, not today. He has a long history of studying GIS. He's a specialist in this domain. And how does his knowledge of GIS, which is vast, is translated into drone is what I would be very keen. Sir, please go ahead.
Good afternoon once again. This is regarding GIS, as you said. This is Geospatial Information System. And to
Sir,
tell everyone...
You can keep it closer to you.
To tell thing which is available to you, everyone, is the Google Maps and Google Earth. I'm sure everybody has seen what is Google Map and Google Earth. So once you log into your Google Map or Google Earth, you see some kind of map, and maybe you can overlay some kind of imagery, Earth surface, and these kind of things. So all this is going on through the GIS system. And how does this drone fit into this system is, as I said, that you can see the maps and you can see the imagery. So there is a specific application of this drone known as the imagery sensing. So once you have the payloads of this imagery on the drone, then you can capture the imagery in various forms, and then you can overlay these imageries onto the system. And that is how this drone will get into this GIS system. This system as of now is not available or maybe practiced in civil applications, but then in defense we have a lot of systems and a lot of things which go on in the defense system. But then I hope that this will be there in the civil applications, and especially we are talking about the airports, so this will fall into airport security and airport management systems. And airport management systems, when I say, it will be some kind of logistics applications and maybe some kind of other applications, delivery applications and things like that. So imagine you have a full map of airport, and your drone could be an airborne drone also and on-ground drone also. So you can have this imagery from the airborne drone also and from the on-ground drone also. and this can be overlaid onto the GIS system, and the people responsible for maybe logistics applications, for the delivery applications, for the security applications, for the airport traffic management, for the airport crowd management, everything can be handled by this drone integration into the GIS. So that is how this GIS will fall into this. As of now, as I am talking to you, the usage is very, very less. Abroad, it is quite there. But then we have to have adaptation of these technologies. And as during the talk, it is coming out that drone, it is not only a flying machine. It is doing some task. So as you are seeing nowadays, 24/7, some wars are going on and drones are delivering the weapons. So that is one thing which we are saying on a daily basis. So you feel that, okay, drone is only meant for this purpose. But then drone is meant for these kind of tasks also, inside the airport and outside the airport also.
Okay, just to put you, students get up, I'm going to ask you a question. Please keep your mobiles away. Basically, you know, what you see from the camera or the various sensors, interpreting that information and going to the right spot, identifying the right target, using it for commercial application, let's say you want to drop your food or anything, or weapon for a military, you need accuracy, you need precision. So, and inferring the information which you have seen from your cameras and other sensors, that art and science is part of GIS in addition to various others. Now you divide that knowledge into various civil military applications. I think you can simply put it for GIS. How many of you sitting here, especially behind, want to take up drone development, testing, training as part of your future endeavors? Any drone entrepreneur sitting in the young lot behind? Raise your hands. How many of you want to take up drones, entrepreneurship, training, or any other activity related to drones? Anyone behind you? Or you have already homed on to aviation? Anyone for drones? No. One person. Anybody else? Two. Acha, one girl, one boy. Very good. Anybody else? So, basically what I'm trying to say is, the understanding about aviation is very limited. Now, I would like to highlight few questions, and thereafter, if people have some questions, I'll take on. We have really reformed our policies in the last few years. 2021 was a year of reforms. Actually, the articulation of drone rules 2021 really brought a shift where operation of drone, certification of drone, training were simplified. But now I think we have used that reforms to reach where we have reached. The next phase would largely depend on creation of or launching of technology development, R&D, testing, standards, standardization. So these are the core areas India will have to focus in terms of it. So from policy, we have to shift to the technology, and from technology, we also have to include the ecosystem creation in India. In my first paper, there were 7 drone testing sites created in the US. Now I think 8th has come up. To validate the technologies which are developed in all parts of USA. We have launched a defense testing infrastructure scheme, but the only 3 or 4 have been approved, and none has been made operational so far. Existing testing sites of defense are being allowed to be used by some of the drone manufacturers related to defense, but that is inadequate, and that's very less. We want our drone entrepreneurs, innovators in colleges, in schools, in universities, developing innovative technologies to go and test their drones on an everyday basis. So when we were when I was listening to the presentation on Hisar airfield, my mind was constantly going to, does it have a drone testing site? Does it have a drone port? Does it have those facilities which our drone industry is looking at? Even today, our mindset is focused on aviation. the drone slogan that we have to become a drone hub is not translating into creation of ecosystem, creation of R&D initiatives, and we can have a debate on it. I can really talk about each and every issue related to that. Unless we understand that, we will not translate. Now, if anyone has a question before I ask my people, please, can somebody provide them the mic? Can somebody provide them the mic? Quickly. And I would urge, since I have the time, I would urge you to read some of the papers we have written. And also I would like to tell you, Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis from September to December come up with a special edition on Atmanirbharta in defense and aeronautics. For the first time, in addition to academia, industry people have written the articles and they have really mentioned about the actual challenges. You will find a lot of value addition if you go through those articles and on drones. Please go ahead, sir.
My name is Amit Mittal and I have been in the aviation industry for more than 15 years. And in one of the conferences last year, I heard about drones could be used for inspection of aircraft. I belong to the aircraft leasing and financing fraternity, and there is a lot of tussle between the leasing companies and the airline at the time of return of the aircraft, particularly regarding the maintenance and maintenance reserves and all those things. Can drone be used for inspection of the aircraft and with the accurate information, and will that be helpful in camo kind of scenario?
See, basically you are saying the inspection of the structures.
Yeah.
Drone can be much more accurate than the visual inspection. The issue is you have to work with the drone industry and give a problem statement to the industry. Solutions are there. Because it will have to be fine-tuned to the specific requirement of your industry. Already it is being done in many other countries. So it's not a technology problem. It's the application requirement and the user requirement. So they have to integrate with the drone industry, and it is very much viable. Yeah, go ahead.
So can we do something kind of a tie-up wherein some agency of from the drone industry can...
Absolutely. See, he's one of the drone innovator. And there are many others. You can get in touch with them, specific problem statements. I'm sure they will have some solutions to talk about. It's not a difficult thing, and I'm aware of some companies having tried this, but unless the user demand gives a demand, it is very much a viable solution.
Thank you.
Yeah,
just to add to your query, this application is very much possible, and as you know that this application will be involving some kind of camera or some kind of things. So this payload is available and everything can be done. It is being done in other countries, but as of now, in our case, it is very, very less, as he said.
So I'll give you another example. Let's say mines people have used. People are using it in the dull and dangerous areas. So if they can do that, it's not a difficult thing. It is just that how you develop an application which is specific suiting to your requirement, not a big issue. Yeah, anybody else? You want to add?
May I add on?
Yes, please.
Hello. The use cases can be many. Like what sir has already brought out. The platform exists, the cameras exist, the data analytics capability exists. If you want a use case, a few days back we were discussing that you already know that pipelines are being inspected. High tension networks, electric networks are being inspected. Aircraft can be inspected. We were even talking about carbon credits. Carbon credits are coming into a big way now. And carbon credits needs inspections, validation, whether actually work has been done. That can be done through drones. It's only image, video, and you have got the analytics. It can be done.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. So my closing remarks, I think just I want to tell you, in India, there's a fashion to talk about military-civil fusion. But translating that, global trends of military-civil fusion will require an understanding of where we are in the military field and where we are in the civil field. Here I would like to highlight the two industries, the contrasting industries of India. One is a defense aviation, where we went for Predator deal of $3 billion, and we spoke about Make in India. And I'll give you the second contrasting industry. $115 billion at the listed price. Last year, 2023, we placed an order for 1,150 aircraft. 500 Indigo, 500 Tata, 150 Akasa. 1,150 aircraft order in whatever form we have got it, even if it is the private industry. But as a nation, $115 billion are going to the other countries with no inputs. No MRO has been established, no point has been made in India. So military-civil fusion, whether it's a private industry, whether it's a public sector industry, it's a national approach we have to think about it. How we reduce that trade imbalance which would come in the due course. Are we going to look at only as a service industry, or we want to really have a higher aspiration? And here I would like to also relate. Same year, 2023, February, I think Tata signed, or Indigo signed in May, or vice versa, 500 aircraft each. In between, April, China signed 164 aircraft deal with the Airbus, and they had in return, they had set up 4th assembly line of Airbus A320neo. So I think as a nation, we need to identify that what our goals are. It's very important that military-civil technology fusion has to be leveraged if we really want to become a Viksit Bharat in the Amrit Kal of next 22, 23 years. Then only we'll be becoming. Yes, go ahead. Last question we'll take. Yeah, can somebody give the mic, please? We can't hear him. Last question, chalo.
So what you're saying is perfectly valid, and have been in the industry for so many years. I've been also advocating this, that some kind of a final assembly line should be there in India for commercial aircraft, 320s and 737s. But the issue is, you gave an example of China. We forget that China is a single party government setup wherein they can force the airline to obey the commands of the government. Here, the government cannot enforce the regulations on airlines to have the manufacturing in India. That's the fundamental difference.
No, I agree with you. So it's a country. Brazil has made it. Canada is making it. There are other countries making it. Now, if you don't follow China, you don't follow US, you don't follow Brazil, whom do you follow? You create the mechanism. Don't tell the problem, give the solution. Because we have to think forward. We can't keep justifying, because when we are looking at, becoming a Viksit Bharat, then we have to find solutions to these problems. And whatever needs to be done for the larger cause, that solution has to be found. Because whenever I ask people, they say, you can't follow US, it has got a $25 trillion economy, you are only $3 trillion. You can't follow China because it's a communist country. Then whom do we follow? Secondly, we are the only country in the world which has got the largest population on this earth. And if we can't find our ways, then who will find? I think that's a question I leave it to you, because you are the people who have to find solutions, and I am there to, deliberate on it. As a country, we have to find not the problems, but the solutions. Okay, now I come back. You raise the issue of C295.
Yes, sir. And secondly,
In
helicopter also, the civil helicopter.
Yeah, H2125.
H125.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Don't forget your history. C295, 16, for 56 aircraft, 16 aircraft will be made in Europe, in Spain. 1960, remember C295 is a replacement of Avro. 1959, AVM Harjinder Singh negotiated TOT of Avro, and the first aircraft was made in India. Britishers wanted 20 aircraft to be made in US. It was not agreed to by the AVM Harjinder. He said, no, first aircraft will be made in India. And 1961, the first aircraft was made in Kanpur, in Air Force Station Kanpur, by setting up the aircraft manufacturing depot. So we have not leveraged that TOT for future. How is it different? Do we have a roadmap of indigenization of critical components of C295? Do we have a roadmap of upgradation of C295? What will be the IPR with Tata? What is the future roadmap for development of future variants of C295? So unless we have it, we will have another licensed manufacturing. So I'm happy that private sector is there, but always it should be verifiable and there should be a clear-cut roadmap. Unless we understand the nuances, we'll be doing the same mistake. What the public sector, HAL did it, and this time if private sector does the same thing, and we become I don't want drone to be an automobile industry. I want drone to be a leading, creating such standards which don't exist in India, where we lead the innovation. Let's say not today, 10 years, 15 years, but we should have a roadmap. We may do the TOT today, but there should be a roadmap. That's the only point.
That's a great dream, sir. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for all the detailed discussion. A big round of applause and a big thank you to the drone industry for being a part of the aviation show. And I think drones, as sir rightly said, is being used in every sector and every area, and we'll soon see all the technicalities and the challenges taken care. Thank you so much for taking our time and being here. A big thank you to our panelists. I'd like to present some mementos to sir. Sir का phone दे दो. So we are going to right away start on our panel discussion, which is on the critical role of fire safety and emergency preparedness at the airports. We have with us some stalwarts from the industry, Mr. R.C. Sharma, ex-director, Delhi Fire Services. They would be talking about the emergency details and the emergency preparedness that airports and the aviation sector need. Inviting Mr. Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General, Fire Safety Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Atul Garg, Director, Delhi Fire Services, MHA, Government of India, Professor Geetam, I think Professor Geetam Tiwari is not there. Sir, I'll just, yes, I got it, thank you. My apologies. We have with us Mr. R.C. Sharma, ex-Director Delhi Fire Services, who shall be moderating the program. Mr. Sanjay Tomar, CFO DFS. Mr. Nakul Tarun, former founder Zone 4 Solutions, and Mr. H.S. Rawat, ex-GM from Airport Authority of India. A warm welcome to the panel, requesting the panel to please join us on the dais and take it forward. Thank you so much. A big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm R.C. Sharma, former Director, Delhi Fire Services. I had been initially with the industries for about 15 years, including at the airport, HAL Bangalore, for about 6 years as Manager Fire Services. And then finally in Delhi as Deputy Chief Fire Officer, Chief Fire Officer, then Director, Delhi Fire Service. In between 3 years, I was with CISF also as DIG Fire Services. And 23 years I was with Delhi in this thing, so a lot of operational experience in the different areas. We are talking about airport fire safety, so incidentally, I had a lot of real experiences in Delhi also. We had some fire incidents where I was heading the operations, like Terminal 1 building. The building burnt down completely. Then we had a fire in Terminal 2. It was an electrical substation. And about in the night, about 4 to 6 hours, the airport was completely in darkness. All operations were cancelled, had to be cancelled rather. We had a fire in one of the aircraft landing, I think Tu-134 in the night. It was in the winter season, January, I think so. And at that in the night when visibility was almost zero, it was difficult to locate the aircraft, which place in the airport it has crashed. So that was something, the incident where we had to be planning everything and we had to do the best to save the life. But things go like this. And there was another incident in this airport itself, present Terminal 3 building, where we had a fire and it was a Sahara aircraft training flight trying to re-land rather, and crashing onto a IL-76 standing on the tarmac on the terminal building. So there also we had a lot of incidents. So talking about airport fire safety, it is everywhere, in the air, on the ground, during the handling the things and all that, chemicals, everything is there. That is, you touch one thing and it's a huge area to be discussed. But one thing I would like, before I call the panelists, because I got 3 of my colleagues from the fire department, just to brief introduction of all of them together. Mr. Sanjay Tomar is the Chief Fire Officer of Delhi Fire Service, my organization, why I served earlier. And he is BSc and then further training from NFSC Nagpur. And he's MBA Disaster Management also. And his doctorate done recently, is doctorate from Guru Gobind Singh IP University. And he has got 30 years of experience, operational experience. Mr. Nakul Tarun is the next. He is a founder of the Zone 4 Solutions. He was initially with the NDRF as Deputy Director, Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs. Then he was with the UNDP also for some time, and with the SARC Disaster Management Center also. So he has got experience in the disaster management in different areas of the country. As the person with the NDRF, he was instrumental for getting the fire risk assessment of the whole of the country done, and he prepared all the documents and then got it done at the time. So he has got good knowledge of the way things are happening and probably disaster management to that extent. And then Mr. H.S. Rawat, he is an operational person from the airports, where he was General Manager of Airport Authority of India, and he was finally, at the time of retirement, he was on the Subjang Airport. 39 years of experience. He's a grade I and MI fire from IFE UK and a fellow member of IFE India. Well, we have got these people who are going to be talking on this, but subject is something very vast in that sense. Just to start the ball rolling, I would like to mention that some of the things which probably the way training is important, the way things happen, something goes wrong, how it is to be planned so that things can go really the way we are trying to do it. The aircraft industry, aircraft incident Tu-134, in the night, trying to land in the almost zero visibility, probably with the ILS in operation, instrument landing systems. It probably was slightly off the runway, tried to come on the runway, tilted on one side, and wing touched the ground and it toppled, and upside down. It landed, the wing got severed, and probably the fire was started a little bit here and there. So those small fires helped people to get out. And I had an experience of talking to a person who was in that aircraft, alive. All of them, they were saved, life was saved. So he explained to me the role of the air hostess done by there. Initially, everybody is hanging upside down. And probably then how to open the door. I mean, instead of pulling down, you have to take it up in case aircraft is upside down. Well, that situation is never thought of anybody while undergoing training, but it so happened. Now, that's what we have to, during the training, we had to see that all the scenarios, possible scenarios, need to be discussed. And the incidents which have happened in the past, they probably lead us to that sort of awareness and try to look into those things. So this is what the training for those people. The fire was fought, little delay in locating the aircraft, but Delhi Fire Service also came there, I also came. It was so difficult to follow me, to follow the follow me jeep and reach the aircraft. Anyway, that was one area. Second was the aircraft. There is a Terminal 2 building fire, electrical substation. I tell you the most of the important factor is whenever there is a fire in electrical things, they become so, suddenly they become so large, it will be difficult to locate the seat of fire. Forget about fighting the fire. So this we have to keep in mind when we are talking about electrical safety or safety in case of a premises which has got electrical premises within that area. Like our Terminal 3 building or any other building for that matter, we do have electrical substations. We have to plan that if there is a fire there, do we have the proper means of smoke venting? If yes, we'll be able to do the things properly. Otherwise, it will be difficult. We had a fire in the last maybe a few months back in the terminal building of the Calcutta airport. I think this was on the WhatsApp. We had a lot of viral videos on that. And it was seen that people are fighting fire because a building like this, high ceiling building, normally terminal buildings, they are like this. And probably people are getting extinguisher, they are fighting the fire, smoke is going up. There is no problem for the life safety because we have got too high building. But then there the fire was controlled and it was not a big damage. But if it was a low height building, then probably things would have been slightly different. So that's what, it depends on what type of building we are talking about. And one thing about that electrical fire is, if we have got built-in facilities to trip off the mechanism, circuit breakers, things will be okay. And next thing comes is ventilation of the building so that we can locate the seat of fire and do something what we can do. Otherwise, we had all the crash fire tenders from the airport using all the BCF halon onto that and nothing could be done. We could not control the fire. Anyway, that is there. I mean, long story to cut short. Things are there that we have to plan everything. In a building ceiling height like this, the Terminal 2 building, building collapsed after the fire. Reason being, if the building ceiling is too good, too strong, and there is a fire, considerably big fire, which is causing a lot of heat to be accumulated below the ceiling. We know that metal is going to be affected, say at a 500 degrees Celsius or so, and it is going to come down in case that happens. So now what is the remedy? Basic remedy is either you vent out the smoke so that heat built up is not there at all. So we have to see that, and that is a most important factor. And then if that is done, we don't have a problem of means of escape. In this hall, we don't find, I mean, it's a requirement that we should have if power supply goes off and we should go to this side, maybe on the other side, is there access on the other side? Such huge, tall building, nothing is there. I mean, high ceiling building, not big problem will be there. But a normal building which is not like this, we may have some problems. So these are the basic things which we are going to discuss, my colleagues are going to discuss. I think this was something we'll have the questions and other things subsequently. So I'll request speakers one by one to have about maybe 7 to 8 minutes or 10 minutes and just say about what they would like to say on this thing. Mr. Rawat, I will call him first. Regarding airport, categorization, safety, and whatever he feels like talking to that. Please, you may like to do it from there or you can come here. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen. ये ठीक है कि मेरा गला खराब है? You have been exposed to various subjects on aviation for the last today and yesterday. And I think now you are well equipped to grasp various deep knowledge of aircrafts. I am from Aviation Fire Service. So I have been asked to tell you something about the standards and specifications which are followed at airport by the Airport Fire Service. I think you are already aware that International Civil Aviation Organization prescribes the various rules and regulations to be complied by each airport for all the civil aircrafts. This is at the international level, but the rules and regulation recommendations of ICAO are followed by member countries only. And in each country, there are regulators, like in our country, Director General of Civil Aviation maintains the rules and regulations of the aircraft. Now, these rules and regulations relate to operation of airport. And operation of airport doesn't mean only takeoff or landing of the aircraft. It involves the terminal building operation, cargo operation, apron operation, many other areas are there. I can see so many students are there. So these are all the rules are framed by Director General of Civil Aviation and they are followed strictly. In fact, airport is the only organization where I can say that each and everything, including activity or a person or a equipment, conforms to international standard. There is no local standard at the airport. We also follow some of the standards, international standards like NFPA, British standard, and of course, Bureau of Indian Standards, which relate to some equipments or particular activities. Where we don't have our own standards, that time we follow the international standards also. Now, second point is fire safety is top priority at airport for aircraft. Now, before I tell, I want to listen from you people. How will you define the aircraft? What is the definition of aircraft? Can anybody tell? Please.
Sir, it's a machine that definitely heavier than air and fly in the sky, carrying passenger mail cargoes.
Okay. You are from which institute?
I am from Airborne Air Hostess Academy.
Airport?
Airborne Air Hostess Academy.
Okay.
Yes,
Right. Anybody else? Okay. Very nice. That's very good attempt you have done. But I think technically any machine which can utilize aerodynamic forces to propel itself from one place to another is called the aircraft. In that way, even the kite is also aircraft. because it can take advantage in the aerodynamic forces. But why it is necessary? Why fire service and fire protection is necessary at airport? If I tell you, you must have heard how industries are categorized. Light hazard, moderate hazard, high hazard. Now, which category we will put an aircraft? You know, there is a aluminum tube. In that tube, so many people are sitting there, surrounded by the fuels, and the engines are running at very high speed and high temperature. So everything, human life, property, speed, fire, heat, everything is together at one place. So what category it will be? It will be extraordinary high hazard. And that is the reason that at every airport, there has to be a proper fire safety or firefighting system to protect the fire, aircraft fires. So, and the next is fire prevention system and fire detection system. I think our friend will deliver on this, this subject. But for your information, in India, we follow the Bureau of Indian Standard and National Building Code. So as per National Building Code, all fire safety precautions are taken at airport. And all types of active and passive fire protection systems are employed in the terminal buildings as well as in other units. Then comes the training and rating system. In airport, as I have told you that the services are associated with the terminal building, apron management, air traffic management, aeronautical navigation system. So these different departments have an intake of different categories of people. Like, for example, communication, IT, these people are inducted in our aeronautical navigation system. Then any engineering graduates, mostly from electronic side, are taken into air traffic control. Fire brigade, we take fire people who are trained in the fire service, either in National Fire Service College or any other international academy. They are inducted in the fire in two categories, at the fireman level and at the level of officer. Then there is the terminal management. Terminal managers are taken who are MBA with the aviation management and in other equivalent other courses. They are taken in the terminal operation and terminal management. Then there are cargo departments. All the graduates, most of the graduates are taken in the cargo departments also. These are sometime with the airlines, cargos, and sometime with the airport authorities also. Then trainings are also in conformation to International Civil Aviation Organization. Each and every item in the course, training courses, are in compliance with the ICAO codes. And they are tested and rated by the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation. So and then there are certain departments like air traffic control, fire brigade. They are rated every 3 years or every 2 years by the similar examination by the DGCA. And there is a set pattern of ratings in all the services at airport. And that's all from my side. If you have any question, please let me know.
We'll have it.
Thank you very much. Yes?
We'll have it end of this session. Okay, the next speaker, I'll be calling Mr. Sanjay Tomar from the Delhi Fire Service, again an operational man. They have cleared most of the buildings in the airport. New airport has been constructed. So I'll request him to have his say in on the fire safety, fire prevention, the way things are going on there. Just before he comes, one, because we have got a lot of trainees from air hostesses and all that. The one thing which the person who came out alive in that aircraft fire has met me, he mentioned that the role of the air hostess was so much, he was proud to say that, he said that air hostess was standing on the gate and she was the last to leave the aircraft. This was the training given to them was so much that she could have run away when there is an aircraft is on fire and everything is in that way. And everybody's upside down. Initially, things were not very good. Once he came down, when he unbuckled himself, the seat belt, and then came down, then others, they helped, and everybody came down. That was something. So this is what a part of the training itself and responsibility given to everybody and felt by them what is to be done. So, Mr. Tomar, please, your say.
Hello. Am I audible to last? Am I audible? How many of you are actually present here?
Didn't hear you.
Because I was just watching, everybody was talking and they are not listening. Is fire safety is your concern or not? I'll just straight away talk of this fire safety. Is it everybody concern or is it you are forced to sit here and just to listen what we are? देखिए बहुत सिंपल सी चीज़ है कि हम अपने जिस भी वातावरण में रहते हैं, because I am a member of the Delhi Fire Service and I have a long experience, and the way the fire calls in Delhi are rising, whether you are traveling, whether you are in house or you are spending time in your office, you are all surrounded by hazards. And generally we say two words, risk and hazard. So can anybody can say what is the difference between a risk and a hazard? I am saying that you are surrounded by so many hazards, whether you are traveling in a metro or you are traveling in a CNG bus or you are cooking in the house or you are sleeping or you are in airport buildings. So there are many buildings, but you are always surrounded by many hazards, and there is only one thing which can save you at the time of emergency, or that is your awareness. That is why your presence of mind must be here what I am going to speak to you. क्योंकि जब भी आग लगती है तो देखा लोग चिल्लाते बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ, कौन बचाएगा? I will quote two examples. When I was doing MBA in IP University, मेरे को एक फ़ोन आएगा कि हमारे पड़ोसी के घर में आग लग गई, कुछ करो. मैंने कहा then why you are calling me? You must call the fire brigade. मैंने थोड़ी ना रिस्पॉन्ड करना है इमरजेंसी को. इमरजेंसी में किसने रिस्पॉन्ड करना होता है? You should have knowledge of on what telephone number you should call. Number one. Number two, उस पहले 15 मिनट में जब भी फायर ब्रिगेड की इंटरवेंशन होगी या फायर सर्विस आएंगे, पहली बात तो ये कि हम सबके दिमाग में ये बात भरी हुई है कि फायर सेफ्टी मेरा कंसर्न नहीं है. जितने भी फायर इक्विपमेंट्स या फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स या लगे होते हैं, जब तक आपको मैंडेटरी नहीं किया जाता कि यू हैव टू पास सर्टेन एग्जाम और you must have, because you are in hospitality industry and you are taking care of lakhs of people who are boarding the plane or either at the airport. Fire safety concern is a must. जैसा सर ने अभी बताया कि एयरक्राफ्ट टर्न डाउन हो गया, मतलब जो सर पे होना चाहिए वो ज़मीन पे है और जो ज़मीन पे होना चाहिए वो सर के ऊपर है. अब कैसे आप उसका खोलेंगे? पैसेंजर्स को इवैक्यूएट करना है. तो वहाँ पे आपका काम आता है प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड. अगर आपने, हमारा जो दिमाग है ना, ये भी एक कंप्यूटर की तरह है. अगर आप बाज़ार से कंप्यूटर लेके आएंगे और उसमें कोई प्रोग्रामिंग नहीं करेंगे तो क्या काम करेगा? वो नहीं काम करेगा. उसमें आप क्या डालते हैं? प्रोग्रामिंग. तो ये जो ट्रेनिंग और ये जो सेशंस होते हैं, इट इज़ जस्ट लाइक आपको जब भी इमरजेंसी में ज़रूरत पड़ेगी आपको पता होगा कि यस मेरे को क्या करना है, व्हाट इज़ माय ड्यूटी एट दिस टाइम ऑफ आवर्स. तो घर में आग लगती रही, बजाय उसको कि बिजली के स्विच को ऑफ करें, पानी डालने की कोशिश करें, जस्ट इधर से उधर भाग रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं हेल्प करो हेल्प करो। कौन हेल्प करेगा? पड़ोसी खुद टेलीफोन कर रहे हैं, अरे भाई जिस जगह आग लगी है उस जगह को पहले इवैक्यूएट करो, बिजली का कनेक्शन काटो, पानी घर में, हर एक के घर में पानी होता है, उस पर कोशिश करो पानी डाल दो, आग बुझ जाएगी। लेकिन ये जो 15 मिनट, ये जो पहले 3 पॉइंट हैं मैं आपको जो बता रहा हूँ, जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, आप सबके लिए ज़रूरी है कि अगर आप इवैक्यूएट करें इमीडिएट विसिनिटी को, अगर आपकी नॉलेज है, आप जानते हैं हाउ टू फाइट अ फायर, तो यू कैन डू अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस बिफोर फायर गेट्स ट्रबल फॉर ऑल द ऑक्यूपायर ऑफ द बिल्डिंग और द प्रेमिसेस। ये काम हम नहीं करते ना। तो अभी अगर मैं किसी से पूछूं यहाँ पर जितने भी ऑडियंस बैठे हैं कि व्हाट इज़ दी फायर इमरजेंसी नंबर ऑफ फायर ब्रिगेड, तो हो सकता है कि 50% गलत बता दें, बिकॉज आई हैव डन अ स्टडी जिसके अंदर मैंने पूछा तो सब पुलिस का नंबर बता रहे थे, 102 बताएंगे या 100 बताएंगे, जी हम पुलिस को कॉल करेंगे। फायर का इमरजेंसी टेलीफोन नंबर कितने लोग जानते हैं? हाथ खड़ा करें। अरे ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे आप बिल्कुल नए हो किसी प्लेनेट पे, आपको दिल्ली में रहते ही नहीं हो। कोई नहीं जानता व्हाट इज द फायर इमरजेंसी टेलीफोन नंबर? ओनली फ्यू, लेस देन, जितने भी ऑडियंस बैठे हैं उसका 5% से भी कम यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं उनको फायर ब्रिगेड का इमरजेंसी टेलीफोन नंबर नहीं मालूम। 101 पुलिस को भी आप कॉल कर देंगे 112 पे तो भी कॉल ट्रांसफर हो जाएगी, बट इट विल टेक टाइम। 101 को कॉल करेंगे तो डायरेक्ट लैंड करेगा फायर कंट्रोल रूम में। अब ये छोटी सी बात है, हम बात कर रहे हैं बहुत बड़ी। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आपको बेसिक सी चीज़ें नहीं मालूम। मेट्रो में कितने लोग ट्रेवल करते हैं? सब। कितने लोगों ने, कितने ऑडियंस ने मेट्रो के अंदर जो साइनेजेस लगे होते हैं उनको सीरियसली पढ़ा है? हाथ खड़े करें कि अगर इन केस कोई इमरजेंसी हो जाएगी, हाउ टू ओपन द गेट ऑफ मेट्रो, अगर मेट्रो टनल के अंदर है और उसमें कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, डिरेलमेंट होती है, तो कहाँ से निकलेंगे आप? कितने लोग जानते हैं? ऑनेस्टली बताइए, ऑनेस्टली बताइए। ओनली फ्यू, लेस देन 2%। तो वी आर नॉट हैविंग दैट कल्चर कि यार सेफ्टी इज एवरीबॉडीज कंसर्न। जो मैं अभी देख रहा था, सेफ्टी इज एवरीबॉडीज कंसर्न। आप सीएनजी की बस में ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, आप एलपीजी ड्रिवन एलपीजी या किसी उसमें कंसर्न बस में आप ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, हमें कॉल मिलती है कि सीएनजी की बस में, कितने लोग जानते हैं सीएनजी और एलपीजी में डिफरेंस? व्हाट इज द मेन डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ सीएनजी ड्रिवन बस एंड पेट्रोलियम ड्रिवन बस? और आजकल स्कूटी वगैरह आ गए इलेक्ट्रिक, वो तो बहुत आगे की चीज़ है। व्हाट इज़ द डिफरेंस बिटवीन सीएनजी? क्या रिस्क है सीएनजी के अंदर और क्या रिस्क है एलपीजी के अंदर? एलपीजी गैस तो सबके घरों में इस्तेमाल होती होगी, जानते हो आप? नहीं जानते? क्या रिस्क है? व्हाट इज़ द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दीज टू? एलपीजी इज हैवियर, अगर लीक करेगी तो अगर आप छत पे ले जाओगे तो पूरी बिल्डिंग को आपने खतरे में डाल दिया। वेयर सीएनजी अगर नीचे सिलेंडर लगा हुआ है और आप बस में बैठे हुए हो और सीएनजी लीक कर रही है, देन यू आर इन डेंजर। अगर उसको कहीं से स्पार्क मिल गया तो पूरी बस 2 मिनट के अंदर फ्लेम के अंदर खत्म हो जाएगी। बेसिक सी चीज़ें हैं, बहुत बेसिक सी चीज़ें हैं, हम बात करते हैं, बट लेकिन जो मैं एटीट्यूड अभी देख रहा था ऑडियंस का, दे वर नॉट लिसनिंग। सपोजिंग दैट इफ इट इज़ समबॉडीज एल्स वर्क, अगर आग लगेगी तो मैं बाहर जाके चिल्लाऊंगा, मैं ये नहीं देखूंगा कि भाई मेरे को क्या करना है, व्हाट 5 स्टेप्स, व्हाट 3 स्टेप्स आई हैव टू डू टू मेक दैट फायर इंसिडेंट लोकलाइज्ड। ये जो पानी की बोतल रखी है 100 ml, छोटी सी फायर स्टार्ट होगी तो दिस कैन डू अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस कि भी दूसरी फायर ब्रिगेड को आप कॉल करें कि फायर बहुत बड़ी होगी, बाहर जाके खड़े हो जाए, तमाशा देखें और फायर ब्रिगेड लेट आई है और हल्ला मचाएं कि 20-25 मिनट में आएगी। जिस तरह का दिल्ली में ट्रैफिक हो रहा है, 20-25 मिनट तक फायर ब्रिगेड का इंटरवेंशन नहीं होगा। इवन इफ़ यू कॉल फायर ब्रिगेड और इवन वो 1 मिनट के अंदर निकल के भी जाते हैं तो फायर ब्रिगेड इंटरवेंशन होगा कम से कम 15 या 20 मिनट। उस वक्त तक क्या करोगे? इधर उधर देखेंगे? फायर सेफ्टी इज एवरीबॉडीज कंसर्न बिकॉज योर ओन लाइफ, और जिन लोगों को आप सर्व कर रहे हैं उनकी लाइफ भी आपके ऊपर डिपेंड होने वाली है। इन केस ऑफ एयरक्राफ्ट आपने बताया अभी कि एयरक्राफ्ट के अंदर हज़ार्ड ज़्यादा होता है. हज़ार्ड मेरली एग्जिस्ट बाय इट्स पोटेंशियल एबिलिटी टू डू हार्म. मैं आपको समझा देता हूँ. इसमें मैं पेट्रोल लेता हूँ और पेट्रोल लेके इसको एक ऐसे आइसोलेटेड प्लेस पे रख देता हूँ जहाँ पर कोई नहीं आता जाता, ना कोई इग्निशन सोर्स है, ना कोई इसको टच कर रहा है, ना इसकी कोई बोतल के ढक्कन को खोल रहा है. तो हज़ार्ड तो है बट देयर इज़ नो रिस्क. अगर इसी पेट्रोल की बोतल को मैं मेट्रो स्टेशन के अंदर, मेट्रो ट्रेन के अंदर ले जाऊं और इसका ढक्कन खोल के स्प्रेड करके आग लगा दूं, तो हज़ार्ड दोनों कंडीशंस में सेम है, लेकिन रिस्क किस में ज़्यादा है? रिस्क और हज़ार्ड में फ़र्क समझ गए आप? लेकिन एयरपोर्ट के अंदर क्या होता है कि आप जो एयरक्राफ्ट है उसी के अंदर आप कई लाख लीटर का एविएशन फ्यूल लेके जा रहे हैं. अगर एक्सीडेंट होगा तो डेफिनेटली आग लगेगी, बिकॉज जो इग्निशन सोर्स उसको चाहिए वो उसको घर्षण से भी मिल जाएगा. उसको आग लगाने के लिए बत्ती दिखाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम जो सबसे बड़ा जो रिस्क होता है वो होता है पैसेंजर्स की लाइफ, और उस लाइफ को सिर्फ आप ही बचा सकते हैं, आपकी सूझबूझ. जैसे अहमदाबाद में एक एयर इंडिया का एयरक्राफ्ट जो हुआ था, उसमें मुझे याद है कि वहाँ जो एयर होस्टेस थी उन लोगों ने जल्दी से जल्दी पैसेंजर्स को इवैक्यूएट कराया, और यही चीज़ दिल्ली में भी हुई थी. जितनी भी लाइफ सेव हुई थी, इवन द प्लेन वाज टर्न अपसाइड डाउन, नो कैजुअलिटी वाज देयर, नो सिंगल कैजुअलिटी वाज देयर. देयरफॉर आई एम सेइंग कि फायर सेफ्टी इवन नॉट योर्स, बट जो एयरपोर्ट पे जो एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग है या एयरक्राफ्ट को यूज़ कर रहे हैं, उसमें सबकी से ज़्यादा जिम्मेवारी उन लोगों की है जिन लोगों के ऊपर ये भार है कि वो अपनी भी सुरक्षा करें. और आप, मैं कभी जाता हूँ तो बहुत अच्छी अनाउंसमेंट करती है एयर होस्टेस कि पहले आप अपना मास्क लगाएं फिर बच्चों का मास्क लगाएं. व्हाई इज़ दैट? कि आप सुरक्षित हो तभी तो दूसरों को सुरक्षित कर पाओगे. अगर आप ही सुरक्षित नहीं हो तो या छोड़ के भाग जाओ, सबसे बढ़िया है, बाहर खड़े हो जाओ. तो एयरक्राफ्ट में तो बाहर भी नहीं खड़े हो सकते, जा सकते हो क्या? तो कहने का तात्पर्य सिर्फ इतना सा है कि आपको अगर फायर सेफ्टी का कहीं लेक्चर मिल रहा है तो आप उसको ध्यान से सुने, क्योंकि फायर सेफ्टी एक ऐसा कंसर्न है कि आप चाहे मेट्रो में ट्रैवल कर रहे हो, चाहे बस में जा रहे हो, चाहे स्कूटी चला रहे हो, इतना भी टाइम लोगों को नहीं मिल पाता आजकल इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स में फायर हो रही है, हम तो रोज़ाना जाते हैं, कि आदमी दरवाज़ा को खोल के बाहर निकल जाए. बहुत सारे हमने देखा है कि फायर कॉल पे गए और अंदर जो उसका ड्राइवर है, जो ऑक्यूपेंट्स हैं, अंदर ही लाइव बर्न हो गए. जितना भी आपका लॉकिंग सिस्टम है, कितने लोग तैयारी करके जाते हैं, अगर लॉकिंग सिस्टम फेल हो गया और अगर दरवाज़ा नहीं खुल रहा है, इनके कोई मल फंक्शन होगा, तो दरवाजे से कैसे बाहर निकलोगे? हाउ मैनी ऑफ यू नो दिस थिंग कि हाउ टू ओपन द डोर? कार में आग कभी भी लग सकती है, बैटरी है, बैटरी या फ्यूल है, सीएनजी है, उसमें फिर वो छोड़ेगी नहीं, बिकॉज अवेयरनेस नहीं है. बिकॉज हम लोग जो है, हम बहुत सारी बात करते हैं, सब चीज़ों की बात करते हैं, जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट सेफ्टी का जो एस्पेक्ट है वो कभी ध्यान ही नहीं करते. और जब आग लगती है तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि कंप्यूटर तो आपके पास है, लेकिन आपने उसमें प्रोग्राम नहीं डाला तो वो चलेगा नहीं. जब वो आपको टास्क मिलेगा तो आपका कंप्यूटर ब्लैंक हो जाएगा, बिल्कुल ब्लैंक हो जाएगा कि कुछ आंसर नहीं आ रहा. और आपने देखा होगा घर में कई बार जब आप छौंक लगाते हो या उसमें फ्राई करते हो, तो जब कढ़ाई में आग लग जाती है तो आपका हाथ सबसे पहले किस पे जाता है? पानी के ऊपर. क्या ऑयल के ऊपर पानी डाला जाता है? आप पानी डालोगे तो और फ्लेम हो जाएगी. तो मेरा क्वेश्चन सिर्फ ये है, एज ए आई बिलोंग टू दिल्ली फायर सर्विस, आई बीन सीइंग कि भी दिल्ली के अंदर चांसेस फायर कॉल्स बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गई हैं. फॉर्चुनेटली सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ आपको बचाएगी और आप लोगों को बचाओगे, योर अवेयरनेस फॉर फायर सेफ्टी. जहाँ तक लाइफ सेफ्टी की बात है तो बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल कानून हैं, बहुत सारे नेशनल कोड हैं जो हम एयरपोर्ट बिल्डिंग्स में लागू करते हैं कि भाई अब जैसे ये बिल्डिंग बैठे हैं, सर ने बताया कि इस बिल्डिंग के अंदर रिस्क कम है. लाइफ रिस्क क्यों कम है? बिकॉज आग लगेगी तो धुआं ऊपर चला जाएगा. सबसे ज़्यादा जो डेथ होती है वो स्मोक की वजह से होती है. आप कभी ना कभी किसी से मिलने जाते हैं, एम्स में गए, किसी हॉस्पिटल में गए, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि आप खुद भी ट्रैप हो सकते हो. धुआं जो है ऐसी जगह भी पहुंच सकता है. बहुत सारी केसेस में डेथ ऐसी जगह पर हुई है जहां पर आग ही नहीं थी, लोग मर गए. अर्पित होटल का मैं इंसिडेंट शेयर करना चाहूँगा. अर्पित होटल के अंदर 19 पीपल डाइड जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस। जो खिड़की थी, खिड़कियां सारी बंद थी और धुएं में गम घुट गया उनका, और दे ट्रेवल टू द एरिया जहां पर धुआं और आग थी। किसी भी आदमी ने वो खिड़की खोलने की कोशिश नहीं करी। जब मैं उस फायर पे गया तो मैंने कहा यार विंडो तो है, ये खुल क्यों नहीं रही? तो आई फाउंड कि एक छोटा सा जो पुरानी कार फिएट होती थी ना, उसमें बटन दबा के खुलता है। तो देर वॉज ए स्मॉल लॉकिंग अरेंजमेंट वाज देयर कि उसका आप बटन दबाओगे तो विंडो खुलेगी, अदरवाइज नहीं खुलेगी। तो दिस इज जस्ट योर अवेयरनेस कि अगर इन केस फायर हो जाएगी, आप कहीं घूमने गए हो फैमिली के साथ, किसी मॉल के अंदर हो, अगर आग लग गई और यहाँ पे डार्कनेस हो गई तो कहाँ जाओगे? आप किस चीज़ को फॉलो करते हो? आप फॉलो करते हो लीडर को। आप फॉलो करते हो कि एक आदमी अगर गलत डायरेक्शन में चला गया तो पूरी की पूरी 59 people died in उपहार केस। Why only 59 people died? मैं कई बार क्वेश्चन करता हूँ उल्टा। बाकी लोग कहाँ गए? बाकी लोग निकल गए। वही लोग गए बाथरूम के अंदर जिन्होंने उल्टी डायरेक्शन में अपने आप को सोचा कि बाथरूम ज़्यादा सुरक्षित रहेगा, बजाय उसके कि बाहर आ जाए। बालकोनी में तो 250 लोग थे। Why only 59 people died? Where were the others? तो आपकी जो सोच है, आपका जो एक्शन है एट द टाइम ऑफ इमरजेंसी, एट द टाइम ऑफ पैनिक, वो दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। वो आपने ध्यान रखना है कि मेरे को क्या करना है, व्हाट आई शुड डू। आई विल कंक्लूड। सर का हो गया। आई होप कि मेरा मैसेज आप तक क्लियर गया होगा। आपको सिर्फ 3 बातें पता होनी चाहिए कि अगर इन केस फायर हो जाए तो व्हाट इज़ माई ड्यूटी, मुझे क्या करना है, और हाउ टू गेट आउट ऑफ द बिल्डिंग और द एरिया। अगर बुझाने की कोशिश कर सकते हो तो बुझाइए, नहीं तो राइटली कम्युनिकेट भी अगर आप कर दो कि क्या हुआ है, क्योंकि बहुत ऑफ द टाइम हमारे को इस तरह की कॉल आती है कि लोग कम्युनिकेट भी नहीं कर पाते कि इंसिडेंट किस टाइप का है। अब छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता था, इफ़ यू सर यू अलाउ मी। फ्लाईओवर से बस नीचे गिर गई। बस गिरी है 3 व्हीलर के ऊपर। एक्सीडेंट कहाँ हुआ है? ना वो फ्लाईओवर के ऊपर है और नीचे जो है एक्सेस डिफरेंट है। और मेरे को अगर बस के अंदर से आदमी निकालने हैं या बचाने हैं तो मुझे किस चीज़ की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी? अगर मैं एक फायर टेंडर भेज देता हूँ तो क्या मैं रेस्क्यू कर पाऊँगा? आई नीड रेस्क्यू टेंडर, आई नीड कटर्स, आई नीड क्रेन, आई नीड। तो ये सब चीज़ें आप हेल्प कर सकते हो इंसिडेंट बता के कि सर एक बस ऊपर से गिरी है, 20 फुट ऊपर से गिरी है, 3 व्हीलर के ऊपर गिरी है, बस के अंदर भी आदमी है, 3 व्हीलर के अंदर भी आदमी है, और वायर्स आर हैंगिंग, देयर में भी इलेक्ट्रिक्यूशन। तो ये सारी चीज़ें अगर मेरे पास फर्स्ट हैंड पहले 2 मिनट में आ जाएगी तो मैं रिसोर्सेज का मोबिलाइजेशन करूँगा अकॉर्डिंगली। लेकिन यही खबर अगर मेरा इंचार्ज आके वहाँ पे 20 मिनट बाद मेरे को बताएगा तो दैट प्रेशियस टाइम वुड बी लॉस्ट। आप सिर्फ सही इंफॉर्मेशन सही आदमी को दे के भी हेल्प कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Sanjay. Very important message that life safety, we have to take care of ourselves. We have to know the means of escape. The another incident was AMRI Hospital, Calcutta. Fire was in basement. People died in the rest of the hospital on upper floors. Why? Again, the smoke went up in the building. So there was some, when we talk about the built-in facilities, probably the smoke compartmentation management, the building facilities to be designed like that, that is a prime thing. But knowing about it, using them properly, and that's the most important factor, another thing. So the last will be now Mr. Tarun. Well, he is the person who is again doing something on evacuation drills and evacuation plans, and he's into that particular business, and he will share his views.
Thank you, sir. एंड थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी। अभी जब तोमर साहब बात कर रहे थे, डॉक्टर तोमर, तो जो पहले इनका कंप्लेन था वो बिल्कुल सोल्व हो गया था। आप लोग बहुत बढ़िया सुन रही थी, मैं देख रहा था, तो यू पीपल वे आर लिसनिंग वेरी वेल, और रिस्पॉन्ड भी आप बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे थे। तो जहाँ इन्होंने कंक्लूड किया है, आई एम स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम देयर ओनली, कि जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि आपको अगर आप कर सकते हैं, इफ़ यू आर एबल टू रिस्पॉन्ड, मतलब अगर आप आग बुझा सकते हैं, बुझा सकने का क्या, छोटी आग को तो आप बुझा ही सकते हैं, यू कैन डील विद अ स्मॉल फायर, नॉट अ बिगर फायर, नॉट अ बिगेस्ट फायर, है ना। इन्फर्नो को तो आप हैंडल नहीं कर सकते, उसके लिए प्रोफेशनल्स चाहिए होते हैं। रही बात और क्या कर सकते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि आप इवैक्यूएट कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, इवैक्यूएशन इज अ टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट। अगर आप अकेले हैं तब तो आपके 2 पैर काफ़ी हैं। इफ़ यू नो फ्रॉम वेयर आई हैव टू इवैक्यूएट, रास्ते से निकलना, खिड़की से जो निकल जाते हैं, छत से कूद जाते हैं, वो नहीं करना है, राइट। हम लोगों को तो इसका मतलब क्यों, अच्छा कई बार आप लोगों ने देखा है, इन्होंने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि आप अवेयर नहीं होते हैं। देयर इज अ फायर समवेयर इन 3 स्टोरी 4 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग 10 स्टोरीज बिल्डिंग है, और इवैक्यूएशन कैसा हो रहा है, आप कहाँ से भाग रहे हो, टॉप फ्लोर से जंप कर रहे हो, कोई नहीं हेल्प कर सकता है आपको उस कंडीशन में, नो वन कैन सेव यू। जो भी थोड़ा चांस था, वी हैव अ वेरी गुड टीम, बहुत ही बढ़िया रिस्पॉन्स टीम है हमारे इंडिया में, इंक्लूडिंग NDRF, फायर वाले बहुत बढ़िया काम करती है हमारी फायर सर्विस। तो कब करेगी, जब आप उसे करने देंगे तो करेगी। इन्होंने बताया कि आप तो इन्फॉर्मेशन भी सही नहीं बताते हैं, तो इमरजेंसी कॉल जो हम लोग करते हैं उसका भी बहुत बेसिक रूल है कि जब तक सामने वाला आपको नहीं कहता है, जैसे आपने कॉल किया 101 को, तो लेट उसे बताने दीजिए कि भाई अब आप फ़ोन रखो, है ना, हम भेज, तो क्यों उसे आपने कहा हमारे यहाँ आग लग गई है, फ़ोन रख दिया है आपने। अब ये दिल्ली फायर सर्विस का काम है पूरे दिल्ली में ढूंढे कि कहाँ आग लगी है। इट विल नॉट कंज्यूम योर टाइम, इट विल नॉट ईट योर टाइम। तो आपको पूरा बताना है, उनके सारे सवालों का जवाब देना है। जैसे वो पूछ सकते हैं कहाँ लगी है, किस फ्लोर पे लगी है, कोई आपका कोई लोकल वहाँ का जो ऐसा मंदिर है, मस्जिद है, कुछ ऐसा जगह है एयरपोर्ट जिससे कि हम आसानी से पहुँच सकें, राइट। तो ये भी आपको ध्यान देना है। मुझे जो टास्क मिला है, आई एम टास्क टू एक्सप्लेन अबाउट द इवैक्यूएशन प्लान। वी आर इन डिसास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लानिंग। हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे आज भी कोई 6500 से ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिनका हम लोग डिसास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनाते हैं, और उनका इवैक्यूएशन मैप, इवैक्यूएशन प्लान हम लोग डेवलप करते हैं। दैट्स वाई मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आता है। मोस्ट ऑफ यू जब एयरपोर्ट पे जाते भी हैं आप, वहाँ इवैक्यूएशन मैप लगा हुआ भी होता है, ऐसा नहीं है, लगा हुआ होता है, क्योंकि लगेगा नहीं तो फायर वाले हैं आज, या जो इन्होंने बताया कि बहुत सारे कोर्स हैं, अगर वो पास नहीं, अगर उसको मीट नहीं करेंगे तो उसे ये ऑपरेशनल होने को पास ही नहीं करेंगे, राइट। उसे गवर्नमेंट से चालू करने का परमिशन ही नहीं मिलता है, तो लगा जरूर होता है। प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है, प्रॉब्लम इज कि आप उसे नहीं देखते हैं, लगाया क्यों है, आप उसे फॉलो नहीं करते हैं। एक प्रॉब्लम तो ये होता है। दूसरा प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है कि हम लोगों को ही नहीं पता है कि किस तरह का इवैक्यूएशन मैप बनाना है, बनवाना है, लगाना है, राइट। इन्होंने बताया कि स्मोक इज द बिगेस्ट किलर। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जो इवैक्यूएशन मैप लगा हुआ है, राइट, वो फायर के केस में इस पर्पस के लिए लगाया गया है कि व्हेन एवर देयर इज अ फायर और बिल्डिंग में जो स्मोक भर जाएगा तो आपको रास्ता दिखेगा नहीं। अब रास्ता दिखेगा नहीं तो अंधेरे में आप भागेंगे कैसे, एंड यू हैव लिमिटेड टाइम, है ना, मेडिकली 94 सेकेंड ही होता है आपके पास धुएं से निकलने के लिए। अब उस समय अगर आपका इवैक्यूएशन मैप सेल्फ ग्लोइंग है कि अंधेरे में चमकता है, वो रास्ता दिखता है, तब तो उसे फॉलो कर पाएंगे आप, राइट। अगर वो आपने बहुत जगह आप लोगों ने देखा होगा स्टील प्लेट पे एग्जिट लिखवा के लगवा लेते हैं लोग सुंदर लगने के लिए, या फाइबर प्लेट पे लगवा लेते हैं। दोज आर द यूजलेस एग्जिट साइनेजेज। जो फाइबर प्लेट पे बढ़िया हम लोग बना करके लगाते हैं ना, वो यूजलेस है, उसका कोई काम ही नहीं। क्यों? क्योंकि पीस टाइम में लेट से कि अभी अच्छा समय है, यहाँ फायर नहीं है, स्मोक नहीं है, तो मैं एग्जिट करने उधर जाने के बजाय अगर इधर भी चला जाऊँगा, क्या होगा, 5 मिनट बाद लौट के आ जाऊँगा। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डाई, राइट। प्रॉब्लम कब है? प्रॉब्लम है इन केस ऑफ इमरजेंसी, क्योंकि वहाँ टाइम लिमिटेड है। नहीं तो इन्होंने बताया स्मोक जो है आप इनहेल करेंगे, जैसे फिर स्मोक है आपके ब्लड में जाएगा, आपके सोचने की शक्ति, मतलब जो ब्रेन है और बॉडी, वो दोनों का सिंक ब्रेक हो जाएगा। आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि मुझे भागना चाहिए, बट बॉडी विल नॉट रिस्पॉन्ड, राइट। फिर थोड़ी देर के बाद आपको यही लोग निकालेंगे, अपने आप तो नहीं निकल सकते आप। तो बिल्कुल ये सही मैसेज है कि ये लाइफ सेविंग स्किल है। ये अंतर क्रिएट करता है कि आप हैं और थे। ये कौन सा अंतर क्रिएट करता है? आप हैं और थे। तो इसे हम लोगों को बहुत ही अच्छे से सीखना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम लोग को होना है, हम तभी कुछ कर पाएंगे जो रहेंगे, राइट। तो इवैक्यूएशन मैप जो हम लोग बनाते हैं, इवैक्यूएशन प्लान बनाते हैं, हमें क्योंकि थोड़ा सा एयरपोर्ट पे भी बात करना है। देखिए, एक स्कूल का, एक हॉस्पिटल का, राइट, एक किसी भी बिल्डिंग का जिस तरह की उसका आर्किटेक्चर होता है, उसी हिसाब से हमें उसका इवैक्यूएशन मैप डिजाइन करना होता है, राइट। लेकिन एयरपोर्ट के साथ प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी इतनी ज़्यादा होती है, राइट, सिक्योरिटी इतनी ज़्यादा होती है कि इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू इवैक्यूएट एन एयरपोर्ट। इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। क्यों? जहाँ से आप एंटर किए हैं वहाँ से आपको सिक्योरिटी वाले निकलने नहीं देंगे, राइट। क्यों? उसके कई रीजन है। अब अगर मान लीजिए एक तरह का क्राउड क्या है, जो कि फ्लाइट से उतरा है टर्मिनल पे, और एक है अभी जिसको बोर्ड करना है। तो जो हम इवैक्यूएशन कर रहे हैं उन दोनों को मिक्स भी नहीं कर सकते। दैट इज द अनदर प्रॉब्लम। यू गॉट माय पॉइंट। दोनों को मिक्स भी नहीं कर सकते। तीसरा, अच्छा, इवैक्यूएशन और किस केस में हमको एयरपोर्ट पे करना पड़ सकता है? फर्स्ट केस इज फायर, अनदर केस इज, है ना, टेररिस्ट अटैक, अर्थक्वेक, इन सारे केसेस में। और मतलब इसे दो, अगर हम ब्रॉडली इसे अगर डिफाइन कर दें तो हम लोग ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि एविएशन रिलेटेड और नॉन एविएशन रिलेटेड इवैक्यूएशन, राइट। कि जो इवैक्यूएशन कराना है हमें वो एविएशन रिलेटेड इमरजेंसी, जैसे फ्लाइट में ही फायर हो गया, या कहीं इन्होंने बताया कि एक फ्लाइट तो टर्टल हो गया था, पहिए ऊपर हो गए, नीचे हो गए, तो आपको इवैक्यूएट करना है। नॉन एविएशन इमरजेंसी, फायर हुआ अंदर टर्मिनल में, बिल्डिंग में, है ना। दूसरा, अर्थक्वेक में हो सकता है, बॉम्ब, राइट। तो बहुत ही टेक्निकली हम लोगों को इस पे सोचना है। हम जहाँ कहीं भी जाएं, कोशिश करें कि उस जगह पे हमारा जो लगा हुआ इवैक्यूएशन मैप उसे देखें। नहीं लगा है, रेज अ फ्लैग, रेज अ क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज आपका अधिकार केवल काम करने का नहीं है, आपका अधिकार सेफ्टी के साथ काम करने का है। आपके बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, आपका बच्चे का अधिकार केवल पढ़ने का नहीं है, सुरक्षित रह के पढ़ने का अधिकार है। गुड माय पॉइंट। तो जहाँ कहीं भी होता है, मुझे पता है कि टाइम कम है तो मेरी तरफ लोग देख रहे हैं, रेस्ट जो है मैं क्वेश्चन आंसर में उसको डील कर लूँगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. I think we had fair good of knowledge, very well defined by everyone, all the speakers, they've been very clear. The three things which probably we all take from here is that, one is that the life safety is something which is very important. Knowing about the means of escape, कहीं आप मॉल में जाते हैं, कहीं पर भी जाते हैं, एयरक्राफ्ट में आप लोग तो एयर होस्टेस जब जाते हैं तो चाहे आदमी हर रोज़ ट्रैवल करता है, कितने बार भी ट्रैवल करता है, बिफोर एवरी फ्लाइट वी टेल हिम वेयर आर द एग्जिट्स. So I think that is the spirit, that once we repeat on things to everybody, something goes in the mind and that settles there. So बहुत लोग हैं, सुनते हैं, नहीं सुनते हैं कि हम तो बहुत कर रहे हैं, लेकिन there is an importance for everything. So one is knowing about the means of escape. Just we'll take the questions. Second was, electricity is one of the biggest reason for the fires. About 2/3 of the incident, more than 70%, as per the statistics, they are caused by electricity. So we have to see that electricity that has got proper safety devices, circuit breakers, whatever is there, that is for technical people to do. But if we are involved and we are seeing something, by switching off the power supply to that equipment which is on fire, can save the things. 90% of the fire will go off if you are able to switch off the power supply to the equipment. In our house, if there is a window AC on fire, TV or any fridge or anything, switch off the power supply. So knowing about the main switch, maybe we know that switch off our window AC or something, but if the main switch of the house, then also we know that can help. Third thing was, Mr. Tomar has mentioned about LPG. I think we get about more than 1,000 incidents every year of LPG cylinder leakages and explosion. He has given the example of petrol. So long as it is sealed, kept somewhere, not a problem. Hazard है, लेकिन risk ज़्यादा नहीं है. But if there is a gas leak, then there is a full hazard. Anybody creating a spark, we know that how much spark we are needing to gas lighter. Even switching on of the power supply in the house can do that same job. So if there is a gas leak, do not try to do that. So this is the thing which we probably all of us need to do. Anywhere for that matter. So knowing, the last point in this is knowing about the hazards in your surroundings, in your house, in your office, in the aircraft, wherever we are. we are the best people. If we are knowing these things, then we can take the proper remedial action as well. I think that was from this side. Now, may have some questions from anybody. Pass on a mic to him. Please introduce yourself and you can. Okay.
Honorable delegates, good afternoon. My name is Madhav Thakur. I am from Indo-Gulf. Sir, one aspect which we have, in terms of expansion of airports, which we have not discussed today is the passenger terminal buildings and concessionaires and food courts which have emerged. Let's say for DIAL, probably 200 plus commercial kitchen outlets are operating. Similarly, for Aerocity area, for Hyderabad airport, around 150 plus concessionaires are operating. So this, the kitchen grease accumulated in these fire ducts is a very big potential fire hazard. And in Gurgaon, there have been major fires in malls which have arisen out of choked kitchen grease ducts. So what have been the steps taken by, Delhi Fire Services in terms of examination of these kitchen ducts? And what is it that can be done, to ensure that fire risk is mitigated from these kitchen ducts?
Good question. I think this, because we had I'll try to just answer this. See, the thing is, when we know the risk, you have mentioned that there is a risk of that particular thing. We try to keep the risk away from the main building. So the risk will be reduced if we shift it outside the building, that's the best thing. Or at least one corner of the building which is exposed to the outside so that it doesn't create a problem inside. That is to be done in designing. While we are designing these facilities, all these things have to be kept in mind. So if we plan these things accordingly, then things will be taken care of. For that purpose, we have to have the built-in facilities so that things do not escalate. They are taken care. Maybe you have got like every building airport, they are having your sprinkler system, automatic sprinkler system. For the kitchens, they do have again some firefighting system specially designed for kitchen. So that is, things are there. These will come in operation if something goes wrong. But then again, maintaining them is a problem. I mean, it's a very essential rather. And installing them in a proper manner, and the people who are using them, at the time something goes wrong, they should take the proper action. For life safety and for doing something in this, a very small action can take care of this. But if you wait for the fire brigade to come, maybe airport doesn't have a fire department. If we wait for them, leave it for them, then things will become very huge till the time. So now again it comes to the awareness and involvement of all of us. In a ship, it is when shipping is going on the sea, we don't have a fire brigade. So everybody in the ship, they have to do whatever they can do. So they should know everything. So that is something in an aircraft, of course, same thing applies here also, worse than the ship probably. So then here we are, again the point is, know everything around us, try to see that what you are supposed to do in that case. And built-in things are very necessary. If you are renovating old airports, then we have to see whether things are taken care of. Everything what we are discussing, that has to be led into that. Thank you.
Sir, I'm Professor Chaukial. I was airport director Patna when air crash happened there. And the air crash was beyond the aircraft boundaries. So I just, Mr. Rawat knows about the airport fire services, but outside the airport, whether nowadays municipal authorities, do they have the foam compound and DCP with them for fire crashes? Because when I faced that air crash in Patna, our fire services were on time, and we saved eight passengers there. But they were not having, the municipal fire services were not having the foam compound and dry chemical powder.
I agree with this.
That was long back.
Thing is, I was in Bangalore. There was an air crash in Bangalore also. It's short of the boundary. The runway, the undercarriage hit a bund wall and probably landed into a slush. No damage to the aircraft, but there was a fire. And probably, yes, fire brigade, CFTs could approach the boundary from inside. But it was at such a distance that fire was near the cockpit. They could throw water just onto the cockpit. Probably they were pushing the flame to the other side of the inside of the aircraft. That's a different issue. See, when something is happening outside, then airport, within the airport, we can't do much. But then the requirement for having access to the landing area and takeoff area, funnel area we call it, that is also important. Having the gates, operational gates, knowing where is the key for that. So these things are some of the things, using hand lines in such case if it is close to the aircraft. These are again our own arrangements, but something happened outside. What fire brigade is carrying? See, you know the aircraft, 138 seconds is the time where firefighting has to be initiated. 138 seconds, you cannot expect civil fire brigade to come there and using their facilities. You can never expect. They will take, you can the travel distance is how much. So you don't expect that to be happening. You, from the airport, may be getting out quickly and probably reaching that area. But then, when you're having this question, then you should plan for, in your under this thing area, takeoff area and landing area, do you have such an access? Do you have openable gates so that your CFTs can access those areas? Is the terrain accessible? What type of vehicles you need for that? When you say something, you have to think of what can be done in that situation.
Well, sir,
yes,
we have at airports, we have fire gates at the end of both
Sir,
the
we'll do
runways.
one thing.
But I'm talking
1
about
minute, sir.
the outside.
Please, 1 minute.
Patna aircraft was 3.5 kilometer away from
You're
the
right, sir.
airport.
So the thing is, we'll discuss it because I think we want to give one more question we can have last. Because last question, please. Somebody else? We can discuss separately. Rawat sab hai or all are there, they know everything. They will tell you. No problem. Last question if it's there.
So we'll take all the questions offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for all our dignitaries. Thank you very, very much. It's a very critical area and we are very grateful for you to share your recommendations with us, sir. Next time we will definitely keep a bigger panel and a bigger time for that. May I request Mr. Rupesh Pandey, Senior Secretary, PhD CCI, to kindly give mementos to our dignitaries. Thank you to our moderator, Mr. R.C. Sharma, ex-Director, Delhi Fire Services. A big round of applause. Sir has been spearheading the growth. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanjay Tomar, CFO, DFS. Mr. Nakul Tarun, Founder, Zone 4 Solutions. And Mr. H.S. Rawat, ex-GM, Airport Authority of India. Thank you so much, sir. May I request the panel to stand for a group photograph, please? Come on, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you, everyone. We will break for lunch for just a small lunch time for half an hour because we have with us some very senior people who have come to take a masterclass and talk about skilling in this very important sector. We are very grateful to Dr. Ganesh Krishna Chaukial, sir, who's come from Gujarat University, and he was the former director of the Udan scheme as well at Airport Authority. We have with us Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain, who is from the Logistics Sector Skill Council, who will be talking on the logistics part. We are grateful for Mr. Rachit Bhatnagar to be here, the former CEO of Aerospace and Aviation Sector Skill Council. So I'll request everyone to please be back after lunch by 2:45 latest so that we can start with the masterclass. Thank you so much, and a big thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful masterclass with a very talented and a very experienced person. So I would like to welcome Dr. Ganesh Krishna Chaukyal, Professor Aviation, Hospitality and Travel Management from Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, and former Head Academics, Rajiv Gandhi National Aviation University, and our former Executive Director of RCS Udan, to please join us on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir, please? Also inviting Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain, Head Industry Partnerships and Customer Excellence, Logistics Sector Scale Council. He heads the logistics side and he'll be training on that. A big round of applause for Sir. And Mr. Rachit Bhatnagar, former CEO, Aerospace and Aviation Sector Skill Council, to please join us. A big round of applause. Sir started the aviation skilling part. And so feel free to ask questions and interact. I hand it over to Chaukyal sir to take it forward. So Chaukyal sir, all yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope I am audible everywhere. There to students also. Audible? Okay, good. So I have come from Gujarat, and I was with earlier with National Aviation University, Raebareli. That is the newest, one of the new universities in aviation sector, and Gujarat University and RGNAU, Rajiv Gandhi National Aviation University, are the only two government universities who are running the aviation courses in India. Otherwise, there are few private universities in Dehradun, Bangalore, Vadodara, and few more, probably Hyderabad also, who are running the aviation courses. And then there are institutes for cabin crew and other courses also. I hope especially the students, you must have read. We created history on 17th November 2024 recently, when Indian aviation achieved more than 5 lakh passengers movement in a day. So that was a real record of Indian aviation. And last year only, 2023-24, we have handled 37.6 crore passengers in a year. That also is an achievement. We are the third largest domestic market in aviation after US and China. So Indian aviation is growing. So there are around 476 airports / airstrips in India. Most of them are from World War time. Even Ahmedabad airstrip airport started in 1943, World War. And most of it, even I think Delhi also had the airstrip, I think sufficient at that time. So, but most of them, during, in fact, I was heading Udan scheme, Uday Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, regional connectivity scheme of Government of India. I was the first head of that scheme. And why we, started the Udan scheme? Because out of 476 airports, only 74, 75 were operational for scheduled operations at that time. So the worry was most of the flying was, concentrated to the major cities. Even now, 80% of the passengers are moving from around 20 airports in India. So the whole, depth of Indian population is not covered. That's why Udan scheme was brought out to ensure that, the air services are available to the remotest areas also. So now I will not, so this is the, out of these 476, now 157 are operational, and that in fact covers heliports and water aerodromes also. And Airport Authority is the only, civil government organization who handles the ANS services, air navigation services, means air traffic control and communication and navigation services in India. And that doesn't cover the military airports. अच्छा ये ओके 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 थैंक यू या so 157 airports, that includes 13 heliports as well as 2 water aerodromes all over India. And this is the passenger movement in India. You can see, there was a dip in 2021 because of COVID. Most of the airports were closed at that time. Airlines were closed. That's why that dip is there. But again, now in 2023-24, we have 37.6 crore passengers, which is a record in India. And this is in the tabular form. You can see the progress. 2021, very low. So, Indian aviation is now doing well because of probably the Udan scheme. Udan scheme has got two pronged approach. Under Udan scheme, we award the air routes to various airlines which cover the remote areas. And those airports, unserved and underserved airports in those remote areas are developed by Government of India, that is Airport Authority of India, for which Government of India has sanctioned some amount of rupees 4,500 crores. So, more airports, more airlines, more aircrafts, and there is a requirement for more manpower. And what is the aviation manpower? Broadly, I will give you the example. Pilots, commander and first officers. There are flying training organizations, around 37 flying training organizations have been approved by DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, who are doing all these CPL courses, commercial pilot license courses, where you have to, after doing the ground courses, 7 or 8 ground courses, you have to do 200 hours of flying. Then you get the commercial pilot license. India, we have, and the minimum requirement actually is 10+2 science for becoming a pilot. And at the moment in India, we have around 12,000 pilots, commercial pilots available with us. Every aircraft generally will need 10 to 12 pilots to fly them whole day. Okay, 10 to 12 every aircraft. And in India, we have around 770 aircrafts at the moment. But in another 8 to 10 years, we are going to have around 2,000 because Air India has ordered 500 aircrafts, Indigo has ordered 500 aircrafts, even Akasa has ordered, and many others have ordered the aircraft. So we are going to have around 2,000 aircrafts in another 8 to 10 years. And 2,000 aircraft means around 10 to 12 pilots, around 25 cabin crew per aircraft. Around 25 cabin crew per aircraft are required. So 2,000 into, you can say 25,000. No, 50,000. Yeah, that much of cabin crew is also. I can see the students from cabin crew here. So you have a good future. And if you have more number of flights, more number of airports, then you need ground operations staff also. So these are the cabin crew training. There are many cabin crew organizations in India. Many good cabin crew organizations are also there. And even airlines has got their own training centers. So for pilot, I said 37 schools are there, flight training organizations. Similarly, and these pilots, they need to clear the DGCA examinations for ground courses. You have to clear, if you are a student of CPL, you have to clear DGCA. You have to clear the DGCA examination and then carry out 200 hours of flying in that FTO, Flying Training Organization. Similarly, cabin crew doesn't need actually licensing, but aircraft maintenance engineers, they need the license, DGCA license. They also have to clear the DGCA examination. And there are around 3 dozen AME schools, aircraft maintenance engineering schools in India, which are approved by DGCA. And as I said, every aircraft will have aircraft needs around 7 AME engineers. Apart from these 3, where you need DGCA license, one more is there. I will cover that in airline. That is, then at airports, you need airport terminal operations, and airside operations staff. Then for AOCC also, Airport Operations Control Center. Every airport, every big airport will have a control center where you will have many computers there and people working, supervising the various operations at the airport, including terminal operations, airside operations, everything. Security, they will be there. Even airline staff will be there. So the requirement of manpower is there in these, departments. Then cargo screeners. BCS certification is required after training for ILBS, Inland Baggage Inspection System. ILBS. Now every airport for the last 10 years is having inland baggage inspection system, and that's where you need a lot of manpower. There also, once you join any airport or airline for baggage screeners, they will impart you training for probably 1 year, and then you have to appear for DGCA exam, for BCS exam, BCS examination. BCS is security regulator in aviation, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. I hope you all know it. So BCS certification is required, and then you get a good salary if you are a baggage screener. But very few people clear that BCS exam. So you have to work hard and clear it. Okay. And then, in fact, all new airports, all new big airports will be having around 4 or 5 ILBS systems, inline baggage inspection systems, which takes your checked-in baggage and processes it to the aircraft. Or, yeah. Then in airline operations, ground operations, you are supposed to do passenger handling, check-in, and security also, not the this CISF type of security. But airline has got some responsibility of the security. In catering also, there are 13 heads where security is required. Out of that, I think 5, 6 are pertaining to the airlines. So you can join the airline for security also. I told you about the airline jobs. Flight dispatcher is the job role where you need DGCA licensing. Because it's a very, very, very important role. They are called, in fact, the ground captain of the flight. They handle the flight on the ground for airlines. For route planning, fuel planning, weather-related planning, weight and balance, safety guidelines, training, and after getting the training for, I think, 6 or 7 months, they have to clear the DGCA examination. And DGCA will examine you for air navigation, MET services, aircraft systems, weight and balance, flight planning, air regulations, emergency procedures, and RT, etc. And after that, after clearing all those exams, then you will appear, I think there is then on-the-job training in an airline. And then you become and then there will be an observation flight by DGCA. After clearing all these things, DGCA will examine you for your capabilities by doing the flight observation. And the requirement here is science again, and minimum age is 21 years for flight dispatchers. Then cargo ground executives in cargo airlines or cargo terminals. At Delhi also there are 3-4 cargo terminals, including Delhi Service Center and all. Okay. Perishable cargo also will be there. And they look after the cargo operations. Air cargo handled in India in financial year 2023-24 was 33.7 lakh tons, which is very low in fact. Hong Kong airport itself one airport handles 41 million. And total cargo handled in India last year was 33.7 lakh, that is 3.37 million. That means no need to, get disappointed. That means there is scope for further increase. So if you are in aviation, you can join air cargo stream also. And as I said, cargo screeners at cargo terminals. So screeners, security screeners will be there with the airline, cargo operators, airports, everywhere. And in fact, now the state government will also are also having screeners. Then another stream and job role is firefighters. But most of the firefighters are with Airport Authority of India. Airport Authority of India has got 2 fire training colleges, and one more they are opening in Allahabad, CATC Allahabad, Civil Aviation Training Center, Allahabad. And they will undergo 4 months training. Rajiv Gandhi National Aviation University is also having a basic firefighters course for 6 months in Raebareli, where I was also head of academics. And minimum, in fact, if you don't have, suppose your airport is designed for ATR-72 type of aircraft, that is 80-seater aircraft. If you don't have total 11 firefighters per shift, you cannot operate. You will have to close the airport if you have only 4 or 5. So that is the DGCA requirement as well as International Civil Aviation Organization's requirements. So you cannot operate when the manpower is less, or CFT, crash fire tenders are, equipments are lesser. So that is the, the strict guidelines from regulator. So that is also one of the requirement. I think class 12 is required there, but you have to be very fit and little taller. 167 centimeter height probably for boys, and for girls 165. But a lot of jobs are there. They are always short because most of the students from here, they first join the Indian organizations, means Indian airports, and after probably 2 years, they will go to Middle East. So always vacancies there. Then there are requirement of aerospace engineers. Aerospace engineers are basically those who design the aircraft and those who are involved in aircraft manufacturing factories. In India, we have very few aircraft manufacturers. TAL was there, Taneja Aerospace, but not very successful. Now, Tata is going to have one joint venture with Airbus Industries. They are going to open one, factory in Vadodara. You must have seen in papers very recently when Prime Minister inaugurated that venture near the Vadodara airport. So very soon the vacancies for aerospace engineers will also increase. But at the moment, only HAL, Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, and Tata Airbus Venture, they are the main employers. Air traffic controllers. Air traffic control and security, they both are sovereign functions. Sovereign functions means which are handled by government. So ATC officers you will find only in Airport Authority of India or at military airfields, either with Air Force or HAL. HAL has got a Bangalore airport, ATC is with them, Bangalore and one more airport. I think I'm forgetting the name of the airport, but there are 2 airports which are handled by HAL. Then comes the security. Again, it's a sovereign function, and most of the airports now, CISF is there, or at smaller airports, very small airports, state government police is also there. In fact, Udan airports, state government is supposed to provide the security as well as fire services, equipment and manpower. So you may find vacancy from state government also for fire services and security. Then CNS engineer, communication, navigation and surveillance engineers, they are basically with Airport Authority of India or other airport operators if they are maintaining the equipments at their airports. This I have already covered, aircraft maintenance engineers. DGCA license is required, 10+2 science is required there. And numbers, there are around 7,000 AMEs in India at the moment, DGCA licensed AMEs. Otherwise, there are schools, there are colleges who are awarding BTech in aeronautical engineering. But if they are not DGCA licensed, they cannot practice. They cannot work with the airline. Okay, but I have seen many engineers, BTech in aerospace engineering and aeronautical engineering. Aeronautical means AMEs, but they cannot join the airline. They will be either in teaching or some organizations. Then HR and administration it's like any other organization with normal HR, qualifications. Then finance also is similar to any other organization. Commercial also will be similar to any other organization. ground jobs with GHAs. GHA means ground handling agencies. Most of the airports, generally, they will have their ground handling manpower lesser, and they will be dependent on ground handling agencies for handling the cargo, as well as even the airline will have the ground handling agencies for check-in also, security and all those things also. So you can apply for ground handling agencies also. There are many agencies. If you Google ground handling agencies, you will find many of them. Then they are with the freight forwarders, custom agents and all. Manpower is required. Many of them are there. RCS Udan I was talking about. I was the first head of RCS scheme, Regional Connectivity Scheme, Udan, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. And this scheme was started in 2016 as part of the National Civil Aviation Policy 2016. And it's basically a demand-driven scheme, making air travel affordable. Under this scheme, if any airport, suppose 80-seater aircraft ATR is operating between point A to point B, A or B, one of them has to be underserved or unserved airport in remote areas. Okay. So 50% concession, 50% of the seats will be available for concession. That means if ATR has got 80 seats, so 40 seats you will get at 2,500 rupees if it is 1 hour flight. For 1 hour flight, that means from here to Lucknow you will get in 1,800 or so. From here to probably Nagpur, if it is 1 hour flight, to 2,500. But only 40 seats will be available there. And balanced seats are available to the concerned airline whom the route has been awarded. They can do it on the market rates. So there were two-pronged approach of the scheme. One is concessional awarding the routes. The other was revival of unserved and underserved airports connecting Udan flights. So Government of India has sanctioned 4,500 crores for revival of the airports. And till now, I think around 100 airports had been constructed or revived under this scheme. So that's how the number of airports have increased from 74 to 157, including heliport as well as water aerodromes. It was a 10-year policy, but now Government of India is going to extend it for another 10 years. And under this scheme, how do we ensure the concessional rates, concession to the passenger as well as to the airline? Because it is supported by central government as well as state governments, airport authority in terms of lower air navigational charges, and other airport operators. Wherever the Udan flight lands, there won't be any landing charges. So that is how it becomes cheaper for the airline to operate. And VGF, government also provides viability gap funding per departure and to the airlines. But how this VGF per seat is funded? Because the Government of India is charging rupees 5,000 per departure. Suppose airline going from on a profitable route, means from Delhi to Mumbai, all the flights will charge 5,000 rupees. And this is how the airport authority was collecting around 400 crores from these flights. And another 100 crore was being generated from the support of the concerned state governments. They were bearing 20% of that cost. So total 500 crores. And under Udan scheme, there are around 11 airline operators at the moment, including, I think, 4 startup airlines also, like, what is that, Star Airline, and 2-3 more airlines are there. And till now, 2.86 lakh flights have been flown under Udan scheme. 86 additional airports have been revived at the moment. 609 air routes have been added under Udan scheme. 1.45 crore passengers have traveled under Udan scheme under concessional routes, 50% of that in fact. And VGF of 3,842 crores have been given to the airline as of now. And at the moment, I was head of Udan scheme up to Udan 3.1, means 3 rounds of Udan scheme was already there and one partial, smaller one, 0.1. And now, at the moment, 5.3 Udan scheme is going on. And now I will talk about this is the Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. There are 2 government universities who are running the aviation courses at the moment. One is Rajiv Gandhi National Aviation University, where I was earlier head of academics, and now I am here as professor of aviation. This is the Gujarat University, conceived by Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Patel, and Professor Maulankar in 1920s, but they could establish it only after the independence in 1949. So this university, I will tell you about the courses being run there. Yeah, and we have around 300 colleges under Gujarat University all over Gujarat, and under affiliation also. And our university is largest and oldest university in Gujarat. In fact, it was established in Bombay state. At that time, Gujarat was under Bombay. These are the academic programs going on. BBA in Aviation Management, Integrated MBA 5-year in Aviation and Travel Management, Masters in Aviation Management, under Tourism and Hospitality, BBA in Tourism and Hospitality Management. Hospitality means your hotel industry and all. Then Masters in Tourism and Hospitality Management. Our students, they go in the final semester, they go for internship for 6 months internship at any airport or airline or any industry related to the aviation. Yeah. Thank you. Any question? You can ask me any question. I will try to answer that, or maybe I will tell you where you can get the details. No question from students? Yes, yes, please. Can a mic be given to him? I always tell my students, if you are not asking question, means either you do not know the subject or you are not trying to learn the subject. So you must ask the question. No question is silly question. Okay?
Good evening, sir. So good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I'm Dinakaran, Chennai Institute of Asset College of Science and Technology. Pleasure to connect with you, sir. I have one doubt.
I'm not able to hear you. Can you come? Or otherwise I will come. Good. Please ask, come here and ask.
So good evening, sir. Pleasure to connect with you. I have one doubt. You are told about 2 aviation jobs. I'm studying a MBA Airline Airport Management. MBA Airline Airport Management student. Aviation. Chennai Institute. Chennai. Asset College of Science and Technology. You are told about aviation jobs. Many airlines are offered to work in an experienced candidate, but freshers, they were not allowed to enter in aviation jobs. What should I do enter in aviation? Largest field, ramp officer and load and trim and flight dispatcher. This kind of sector we have to go enter in an airline. What I should do, sir?
You are doing masters in aviation management, right? As of now, I can tell you, this is my second university, and master's students from RG and AU, and even with Gujarat University. Are you studying airside also? No. NX-14?
I'm also studying airside also, sir.
Airside also?
Ah, yes, sir.
So then you should be able to, there are vacancies in airside and even in terminal management also. And Adani, see, Airport Authority will not take students like that. You will have to undergo, after your this thing, you will have to write an exam, then through exam, then interview, they will select you. It's very tough type of matter, but you can try for that also. It's a good job. In fact, I come from Airport Authority of India only. But after privatization of the airports, it has become easier to get the job in airside also. So you can try in Adani airports also. They have got 6 airports and GMR airports, Hyderabad, Goa, and Delhi. And they are going to have one near Visakhapatnam also. So apply there, write to their HR. There are vacancies. Okay, ask your management, your professor to please contact them. There are vacancies. I have been getting phone calls from Lucknow Airport, from Adani airports, Adani, Ahmedabad. But generally, they prefer the locals. Okay, but there are students from other parts of India also in Ahmedabad. So there is no dearth of job in this thing, but please do study the airside management also. Okay, Annex 14. Remember that, read that. Okay? Thank you. Any other question? Okay, then I will request my friend Mr. Bhatnagar to come here. He is from, again, aerospace organization.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so a lot of young crowd is here, and I know they're all from various academies. I mean, airline and hospitality, tourism, all combined. And I think post-lunch session is, of course, always, like you have to wake up and listen. So I'll try my best. I don't have any presentation as such, but I'll give you very briefly, although Dr. Chokial ne aapko bata diya hai, what is the whole ecosystem looks like. And what he has told is about the the ecosystem in the formal education. जो कि you need a BBA, you need a MBA or in a master's in those specialties what you are learning. But I'm very sure आप लोग जो यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, you are into the informal system. So what I'm going to talk about the skill development in an informal way, जो कि आपको मिलता है academies से. Like you are all, a lot of owners and the franchisee owners and the other organizers are sitting out here, and you would agree. So there is a system which has been developed by Government of India under Skill India ecosystem. So they have developed a kind of 37 sector skill councils for each industry area. There is one in aerospace and aviation sector skill council. So what they're doing, that they're developed an ecosystem in a way, so they've touched upon each subsector of aerospace and aviation. So there is one, including a drone subsector is there for drone operators. Now there's an upcoming and emerging field. Then they have an airline subsector. They have a airport subsector, airport and ground handling and other operations. Then they have an aerospace side, manufacturing assembly and design development. So kul milake there are some 6 subsectors, and under that they have developed the national occupation standards. So what they are expecting is the training academies jo yahan pe baithe hain, they have to align themselves with the international standard of teaching and the curriculum delivery. So the idea is ki jo aap yahan training le rahe hain, you should be also getting aligned with the jobs requirement in the globally everywhere. Like you're getting a training of airline cabin crew here, so that should be valid in Australia also, in Europe, other countries also, and USA also. It's not that your thing is only confined to the Indian scenario. So I know then you get affiliated yourself to IATA, an international standard of training requirement, But then this is the councils which have been created by Government of India, in which locally you can get courses developed for maybe 2, 3, or 4 or 5 months. All right, you will not get a formal degrees of BBA and MBA, but you'll be getting a skilling certificates. So nowadays, what is the requirement is you don't have to have a formal degrees. The big companies also now they're telling, okay, we need skills with you. You may be having 4, 5 years, 6 years of formal education, but if you don't have skills to perform on the ground, what you will do? All right. So these training institutes, they get affiliated with the related skill councils, and they follow a systematic pattern. They follow the training of under national occupation standards, which are recognized by globally all the airline industry, all the hospitality industries, all right, for the global mobility. So now the idea is, because you keep listening very oftenly, that India has got the youngest population-wise geography. All right, and I can see there are a lot of young people out here. There is a requirement right now, I was associated with my last work, there are 5,000 caregivers are required in Israel. All right. Similarly, there's a huge requirement of caregivers in Germany, in Australia. All right. Some may be war-torn countries and all, but when you go there, you are very much secure. You get nearly 4 to 5 times of money what you're getting here. Okay. In the nurses, it can be a male or female nurses. The kind of money what you're getting here, you can imagine you're getting 1.5 lakh, 2 lakhs rupees per month in Israel. You will think, why should I go to Israel? Okay, there have been huge number of construction workers who have gone to Israel. They're all safe. They're not getting bombarded by Hezbollah or something. Okay, so don't worry about the security part. But you should learn and see yourself, your skills, what you're getting out here. Are you getting multi-skilled? Because I'm very sure the customer service executive job role, suppose you're getting it in your academy, that aligns with the tourism also, hospitality also, and that can be aligned to a medical field also. All right. And there are a lot of countries like Japan and other, they're aging. Okay, and they need young people. They're all targeting, India. Because with China, they have a lot of other problems. Okay, so with that alignment, you must, ask your instructors and, the owners of the academies that how you can get multi-skilled. That is the requirement right now, globally. All right. In the homes also, when you, go around, you need a multi-skilled person. Okay, the societies you're living in, a plumber should be knowing the electricity job also. He can be, solving, other mason job also. That is the person who are having, who can earn maximum. So what I would request you, I will not go in detail into presentation something, but whatever you're doing, try to, become a multi-skilled person. Okay, small skills, in addition, additional alternative schemes or complementary skills, you should acquire and be applicable yourself to those kind of, environment which is required. Some pointers I'll give you. There is a Skill India Digital Hub, SIDH. Maybe you can note down. You can just Google it. And this is a system working under National Skill Development Corporation. You can do a lot of courses, free courses online. All right. So they can be related to logistics. It can be related to cargo, or it can be electronics, or healthcare, airline. All subsectors or have put some small digital courses in this thing, and it's getting globally acclaimed. So a lot of alignment is being done with the other countries also, so that this can be certificate will be valid for all other countries also. So this is a very good system. Then there are a lot of joint courses are being done along with Aeronautical Society of India. Maybe you can have a look at those also, which will increase your employability in the job market. There is a NAP scheme, National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. So there is one thing called internship, which you do while you're doing courses. And after you have done the courses, you have to do certain number of apprenticeship hours. So even there's a scheme recently launched in the newspaper also, in which they're told is a Prime Minister Apprenticeship Scheme, in which they were requesting all the students who are eligible, they can go and join that scheme in the apprenticeship. So this is again a scheme launched by Skill India System, NHTC, for the NAP scheme. So you can also become an apprentice, in one of the airline company or the aerospace company also. And after doing all this, these skills are also recognized by globally to become, to enter into World Skill Challenge. There's an India level skill competition which happens. I think if you're not knowing, let me tell you, there are a lot of skills which are being like carpenter, the caregivers, electronics, repair, including the aviation skills. You can also enter into India Skill Challenge, and which they take you after you are selected. They take you into the world platform. Last I think was done in China or somewhere or Brazil. So the eligible candidates, just like Olympics, like the sports Olympics, there's also skills Olympics, which is organized by NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. So you people can, strive to gain those kind of skills and become masters and enter into this world skill competitions also. All right. So these are some inputs I want to give. I have my train to catch quickly, so I think the session got delayed. So I'll be moving, soon after this. Any questions you want to ask? You have? Yes, please. I think we keep more interactive, and then there'll be a good, skilling session, masterclass. Yeah, please. You can, shout from there. You have a mic. You can speak. I think fast, early. Yeah, please. Okay. You're saying that as a fresher, they are not taking you. That could be airline policy. How can I interfere in that? But how can you? Okay. So, firstly, I would say, any company like they want to take, they have a certain, criteria, screening, criteria there. Age criteria, they have, how many courses you have done, freshers, how many numbers. It's not that they will not take any freshers. So any airline or any airline company, I would say, they will be having a very diverse group. So nowadays, gender equality is there, in the same way, age equality is there. So they have a equal spread of, the experienced people, inexperienced people, freshers, and everything. So I think they will be having certain proportion of the freshers, but they can't, completely do away with the experienced people and take all the freshers. The airline will, get busted, or they will stop. All right. So if they're needing certain experienced people, there's a criteria. I don't know how to tackle that. Frankly, if they have a policy, they will take only 10 people. So if already fulfill the criteria, then maybe even your number will come. So it's like that. You have to do really internships and you apply for the apprenticeships. Gain that number of experience. Okay, even for a simple object like drone, because let me tell you, the aircraft is not like automobile. Okay, which is like you have some under 10 lakh rupees. Some vehicle is there. This is 100 crore, 1 billion kind of, or 400 crore aircraft. They can't and every system is so costly, components so costly, they can't afford to have an inexperienced people go and touch something, right? As far as those maintenance people are concerned. Similarly, inside and out, in the air side, the ground side, and the commercial side, they need certain experience. So you have to tackle this by, having gained some experience as an intern or apprenticeships. Right? There are schemes available in which you apply for that, and that will be counted. So those experiences are counted. You may not get paid for it, but then you have gaining experience. Yeah, that's the way you can tackle it. Yeah, please, can that take one more question? Yeah. Come again, you are working in Indian Navy? MBA in aviation, right, okay.
So my question is, during COVID time, airlines got really slow and still they sustain. So in the future, if you get this kind of shots, how should we get BCC prepared, like, apart from learning in the subject knowledge, what skills that we should gain to make the airline sustain?
To make the airline sustain?
Like economically, like what?
You want to open an airline? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not very I'm not in know-how of this answer. So I'm so sorry. Because this answer pertains to, for your own skill development, I can answer. What the session is, is about skill development. In this, I can already have given you various pointers, how you can get additional certifications to become a multi-skilled person, which is a requirement in globally everywhere. How to sustain airline, I'll not be able to give. So. Okay. No, already, I can give you offline. Maybe I'll give you contact number. You connect with me. I'll tell you various courses which are available in the market. All you have told you, Skill India Digital. We can go into the courses and you can find the aligned courses, which is, working along with the airport management and airline management. Like Dr. Chokial has told, fire safety. There's some job roles which are very much in demand by any airline. I'm very sure your professors would have, told you. Just do those small courses, gain the expertise, and so that the people recognize you. Get the valid certifications in that, and I'm very sure the company will recognize you, and one day you can open your own airline also. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I'll give my chance to my colleague, Mr. Jain from Logistic Skill Council. Right, please.
Good afternoon. After a lunch, such sessions are generally very boring. क्यों? लंच के बाद ऐसा सेशंस बोरिंग लगता है, नींद आती है. लेकिन मैं आप लोगों के किसी के भी आंखों में नींद नहीं देखा है. तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि आप लोगों ने डॉक्टर गणेश सर की बातों को बड़ा ध्यान से सुना है, मिस्टर भटनागर की बातों को बड़ा ध्यान से सुना है. मैं आप लोगों से हिंदी में बात करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं ताकि मैं आप लोगों से कनेक्ट कर सकूं, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ पे देख रहा हूँ जितने भी बच्चे बैठे हैं यहाँ पे सब नॉर्दर्न इंडिया से हैं. तो हिंदी आप लोगों की मातृभाषा है, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं आप लोगों से हिंदी में बात कर सकूं. कितने लोग हिंदी समझते हैं? कृपया हाथ उठाएं. ओके, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी. तो मैं हिंदी में आप लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करूँगा. पहले सेशन में डॉक्टर गणेश ने आप लोगों को एक इंसाइट दिया व्हाट एविएशन इंडस्ट्री इज ऑल अबाउट. उन्होंने आप लोगों को यह समझाने की कोशिश करी कि कितनी बड़ी एविएशन इंडस्ट्री इंडिया में है, कितने एयरक्राफ्ट्स हैं, कितने पायलट्स हैं, कितने क्रू मेंबर्स हैं, कितना हम लोगों ने एक प्लानिंग कर रखा है कि नेक्स्ट 4-5 ईयर्स में हम लोगों का एविएशन इंडस्ट्री कितना बड़ा होने वाला है, कितने डिफरेंट तरीके के जॉब रोल्स में वैकेंसीज निकलने वाली है. जॉब रोल जब मैं कहता हूं तो इसका मतलब है कितने डिफरेंट पैरामीटर्स पे जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट हो रहे हैं एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में. पैरेलली मिस्टर भटनागर ने आप लोगों को एक इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन के बारे में बताया कि फॉर्मल सेक्टर में जाकर आप कैसे BBA MBA करके आप एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में आ सकते हैं. और मिस्टर भटनागर ने आपको बताया कि कैसे एक वोकेशनल स्किल्स लेकर, मल्टी स्किल लेकर आप एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में आ सकते हैं. एम आई मेकिंग सेंस? आप लोगों को कितना समझ में आया? कितने लोगों को समझ में आया है? हाथ उठाइए. हाँ, वेरी गुड. तो ये दो बेसिक क्राइटेरिया है, एक फॉर्मल एजुकेशन, एक इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन, जिससे कि आप लोग एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में आकर नौकरी कर सकते हैं. और एविएशन इंडस्ट्री ग्रो कर रहा है एक बड़े पैमाने पे, क्योंकि भारत सरकार का ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि हम पूरे ओवरऑल लॉजिस्टिक सेक्टर को, लॉजिस्टिक्स में कैसे हम भारत को आगे लेके जा सकते हैं. इसके लिए उन्होंने बहुत अलग अलग तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. तो जब मैंने वर्ड लॉजिस्टिक यहाँ पे यूज़ किया, इसका बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव ये बताने का है, लॉजिस्टिक्स मीन्स द प्रोसेस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन. एक जगह से दूसरे जगह सामान को ले जाने के प्रोसेस को लॉजिस्टिक्स कहते हैं. मैं लॉजिस्टिक सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं। एविएशन इज अ पार्ट ऑफ माय डिवीजन। व्हेन आई से लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल, तो हम लोगों का काम है भारत में किसी भी तरह के सामान को एक जगह से दूसरे जगह ट्रांसपोर्ट करके उसको स्टोरेज करने के प्रोसेस को हम लोग लॉजिस्टिक्स कहते हैं। जब मैं लॉजिस्टिक्स की बात कर रहा हूं तो उसमें बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्रोसेसेस हैं, अलग अलग एरियाज हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, एक सामान को हम लैंड ट्रांसपोर्ट करते हैं, ट्रक में सामान भर के एक जगह से दूसरी जगह लेके जाते हैं। ठीक उसी तरह से हम एक सामान को एयरक्राफ्ट में रखकर एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ले जाते हैं। ये हो गया एयर कार्गो। थर्ड इज रेल ट्रांसपोर्ट और रेलवे फ्राइट्स। जब हम एक सामान को रेलवे में रख के रेलवे ट्रैक के थ्रू एक जगह से दूसरी जगह लेके जाते हैं। द नेक्स्ट वन इज शिपिंग। हम शिप के माध्यम से वाटर रोडवेज की तरह के मदद से हम एक सामान को दूसरी जगह लेके जाते हैं। तो अभी अगर हम ब्रॉडली अगर हम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन को देखें तो जो प्रोसेस हम एक सामान को दूसरे सब जगह तक ले जाने के लिए जो प्रोसेस इस्तेमाल करते हैं, दैट इज लॉजिस्टिक्स। दैट इज व्हाट माय डोमेन एरिया इज ऑल अबाउट। तो आप लोगों ने जब एक सामान को जब मूवमेंट करते हैं तो उस मूवमेंट के दौरान बहुत तरह के लोगों की जरूरत पड़ती है हमारे लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री में। इसमें हम बहुत तरह के प्रोफाइल के बच्चों को अपने पास नौकरी पर रखते हैं। तो लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल भारत सरकार मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के द्वारा संचालित एक गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, जहां पर हम लोगों को एक यूनिफॉर्म कोर्स करिकुलम देते हैं ताकि बच्चे छोटे ड्यूरेशन में इन कोर्सेज को कर इंडस्ट्री में जाकर नौकरी पे लग सकें। चाहे वो वेयर हाउस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम हो, ट्रांसपोर्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम हो, या वेयर हाउस मैनेजमेंट का सॉफ्टवेयर हो, इन तरह के अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट्स में हम बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। ये जो कोर्सेज हम डेवलप करते हैं, इसको भारत सरकार का एक डिपार्टमेंट है कॉल्ड नेशनल काउंसिल फॉर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग। ये इन कोर्सेज को इंडोर्स करता है, उनको अप्रूव करता है। जब ये कोर्सेज अप्रूव हो जाते हैं तो हम इनको अपने ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पे लेके जाते हैं और आप जैसे बच्चों को इन जॉब रोल्स में ट्रेनिंग करवाई जाती है। ट्रेनिंग के बाद इनको एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से असेसमेंट करते हैं। असेसमेंट करने के बाद इनको एक गवर्नमेंट अप्रूव्ड सर्टिफिकेट दिया जाता है, विच इज एप्लीकेबल फॉर वेरियस काइंड ऑफ जॉब्स इन इंडिया। Once you qualify this exam, if you have a certificate with you, you can go to a logistic industry with that particular certificate and ask for a job. There are multiple kind of jobs available with logistics sector skill council, logistics sector, where you can apply and get a job. So when I talk about air cargo, it is basically means logistics in the airline industry. Am I making sense to you all? Say yes or no. Very good. So हम लोगों का जो उद्देश्य है, आप लोगों को वोकेशनल स्किल देना। वोकेशनल स्किल 3 से 6 महीने के दौरान का होता है, जो भारत सरकार अलग अलग स्कीम्स के तहत आप लोगों को ये सहूलियत देती है कि आप बिना पैसे खर्च किए, without paying a single rupees, you can take this training, and after this training you can go to a logistic industry for a job. मैं आप सबसे ये निवेदन करूंगा, आप जिस फील्ड में जा रहे हैं, जो ट्रेनिंग आपने लिया है, मल्टी स्किलिंग के तौर पर अगर आप लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज में लॉजिस्टिक सब जॉब रोल्स में ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं, तो उसमें आपको एयर कार्गो भी एक डिवीजन है, जिसमें हमारा एयर कार्गो कस्टमर सर्विस एग्जीक्यूटिव है, एयर कार्गो कंसाइनमेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव है। इस तरह के बहुत सारे जॉब रोल्स की ट्रेनिंग हमारे पास है। हम इसको ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन दोनों कराते हैं, और इनकी ट्रेनिंग्स के बाद आप लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री के लिए किसी भी जॉब लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री में आप अप्लाई करके नौकरी के लिए आवेदन दे सकते हैं। आपके मन में कोई भी क्वेरी है, कोई क्वेश्चन है, तो प्लीज़ रेज़ योर हैंड एंड यू कैन आस्क मी। Any questions from the last row? Any questions? Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. And I think all the youngsters can give a very, very big round of applause to our panelists. We'll just take 2 more minutes of the panelists. Mr. Bika wants to say a few words. Please, from the Ambience, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, love you all, my dear students, for this, your love. Actually, it is a master class, so I would thanks to panel. बहुत सारी टेक्निकल नॉलेज आपको मिली सबसे. इसके साथ this is a master session, so I can see other institutions, student as well. और मेरे प्यारे बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पे. So, इस टेक्निकल सेशन के साथ आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड वन मोर थिंग, स्पेशली फॉर कैबिन क्रू जॉब. दैट इज़ योर माइंडसेट. एज जैन सर ने अभी बोला, आई वुड ऑल्सो लव टू इंटरेक्ट विद यू गाइज इन हिंदी. माइंडसेट किसी भी जॉब के लिए सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है, किसी भी जॉब के लिए, किसी भी काम के लिए. सो स्पेशली जो बच्चे कैबिन क्रू के लिए प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, आई वुड से माइंडसेट कैसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है. अभी मैं देख भी रहा था सब बच्चों को बिफोर लंच, आप लोग बहुत अच्छे से खुद को प्रेजेंट कर पा रहे हैं, है ना, चाहे वो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट से हैं, चाहे किसी और इंस्टीट्यूट से हैं. और जैसे जितने भी स्पीकर आए, उन्होंने बोला कि आफ्टर लंच आप इतना एनर्जेटिक कैसे हैं. तो उसका मेन रीज़न है जो आप कोर्स कर रहे हैं, आपके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर ने आपको ये सिखाया है. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपके सभी इंस्टीट्यूशंस को मैं बोलूँगा आप खुद से अप्रिशिएट कीजिए कि उन्होंने आपको अभी तक इतनी अच्छी ट्रेनिंग दी है कि खुद को प्रेजेंट कैसे करना है. इसके साथ जो माइंडसेट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, आपको अपनी लाइफ में बस एक छोटी सी चीज़ ऐड करनी है. अगर आप कैबिन क्रू की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, अभी आप कैबिन क्रू बने नहीं हैं, बट कैबिन क्रू बनने और आप में सिर्फ एक ही डिफरेंस है माइंडसेट का, है ना. लेट्स से कोई बच्चा कल इंटरव्यू के लिए जाता है और उसका सिलेक्शन हो जाता है, डे आफ्टर टुमारो वो कैबिन क्रू होंगे. बट यू थिंक कि कोई डिफरेंस होगा स्किल वाइज? जो आप आज हैं या डे आफ्टर आप टुमारो यू विल बी ए कैबिन क्रू, दे विल बी नो डिफरेंस, है ना. डिफरेंस है सिर्फ माइंडसेट का, कि आपको अभी लगता है हम स्टूडेंट हैं और परसों आपको लगेगा कि हम कैबिन क्रू हैं. सो एक छोटी सी चीज़ ऐड कर लीजिए अपनी लाइफ में. जब आप सुबह उठते हैं, ट्रीट योर सेल्फ एज अ कैबिन क्रू, कि हम अभी से कैबिन क्रू हैं, है ना. आप कहीं पे जाते हैं, जैसे आप अभी आए हैं सेमिनार में, अपने आप को छोड़ के बाकी सबको एज ए पैसेंजर ट्रीट कीजिए, जो आप अपने आने वाली लाइफ में करने वाले हैं, राइट. वहाँ से आपकी लाइफ बहुत इम्प्रूव हो जाएगी, है ना. जैसे आप अपने एयरक्राफ्ट को मेंटेन करने वाले हैं अपने करियर में, अपने आसपास की चीज़ को वैसे मेंटेन करना स्टार्ट कर दीजिए, है ना. अपनी ग्रूमिंग को लेके, अपने लाइफस्टाइल को लेके एज ए कैबिन क्रू ही खुद को ट्रीट करना स्टार्ट कर दीजिए. सुबह उठते हैं, आप खुद को ग्रूम ऐसे कीजिए कि मैं एयर होस्टेस हूँ, मैं फ्लाइट अटेंडेंट हूँ, है ना. आप देखिए आपको बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आ जाएगा. सो दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम माई साइड, बिकॉज वी आर ऑलरेडी गेटिंग लेट, है ना. सो छोटी सी चीज़ आपको ऐड करनी है. आज से आपको ये स्टार्ट करना है, खुद के लिए बिलीव करना दैट आई एम ए कैबिन क्रू, है ना. सुबह उठ के आपकी ग्रूमिंग वैसी होनी चाहिए. आप जब चलते हैं रोड पे, आप जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी देखते हैं आसपास, आपकी वो वैसी होनी चाहिए. लोगों को ग्रीट करना वैसा स्टार्ट कर दीजिए. आपके फेस पे वो स्माइल वैसी होनी चाहिए. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच भावना मैम फॉर द टाइम. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. May I request Krunal Upadhyay, sir, from Radical Communications, to please felicitate our dignitaries with small mementos. A big round of applause for Chokyal, sir. Dr. Chokyal, thank you so much for coming and being a part, sir. And a big round of applause for Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain from the Logistics Sector Skill Council. Thank you so much for coming and being a part, sir. Thank you so much. So I'll request the dignitaries to give the coordinators of the students some certificates, if that's all right, sir. 2 minutes. So I'll request the coordinator from the Ambiance Air Hostess Institute to please come on the stage and take the certificates for your students. Certificates? Kiral, can you just make sure they come? आप ही खड़े हुए साथ ना चलो अपने लिए तालियां मार लो जोर से The coordinator from DFLR International. You're there from DFLR? Airborne. Airborne कहाँ है? Airborne है ये? Alliance में. Kiral, airborne है कि ambulance है? Please, please, ma'am. Go, airborne. Airborne Air Hostess Institute, please. TMI Academy. And we had students from the Logistics Gurukul School as well. Miss Alpna Chaturvedi. Other students here? So thank you very, very much for being a part of this great show. And we'll see you all next year. And thank you to our dignitaries for sparing time and coming. Thank you so much, sir. Request Neeraj sir to join us on the dais. And Karina. I'll request Team PhD, whoever's here outside, and Radical Communications team to join us for photographs. And a big round of applause for yourselves for being here. I hope you guys have learned a lot. We'll share the recordings with you, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you. Tomorrow, the exhibition's open for anyone who wants to come and see. We have B2B meetings, and also requesting all the delegates to join us tomorrow. Thank you very much. आओ तो आप लोग दो जने और आ रहे हैं टीम से
We are very grateful to Bhavna ma'am for conducting successful 2 days of conference, and having you all here is our pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for being here.